Hello, welcome to Murder Club. I'm your host, Mike the Robot Spacer. How's everyone doing? 6-7, Unseeker Crush, Valis, Derek Ironbutt. Great to see you all. I hope you're doing great. 6-7 says, I'm imagining the list of rejected titles brainstormed out. Homicide Association, Manslaughter Organization, and so on. Unseeker Crush suggests Unalivers United. And then we also have Ghostmakers Gang. So many good choices. I like Homicide Association. It sounds like just your normal neighborhood association, but this one's to murder people. Colin Error. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Colin Error, for 7 entire months of support. I appreciate that very much. And I hope you're doing well today. Let me give you a shout out. So today's stream is going to start off a little slow, I think, and a chance I can get a recap of last week. Yeah, you're going to get a recap of all the streams. Honestly, very little happened last week. There was like one thing that happened last week, and I actually can't remember it right now. But it'll come up at some point. We're going to spend the beginning of stream. I'm pretty sure I said at the end of last week's stream that I would like be extra sure to like spend some time like going over notes and stuff before this week's stream. I did try very hard to do that. I've been so busy with work and stuff lately that it's been a little difficult. And then also I slept in way too late today. But I was also thinking that I don't know how useful that would be, because I feel like ultimately the thing we need to do is to go through like literally every dialogue option in the game and try to figure out what we're missing. I did promise. I'm sorry. I do regret this greatly, but I do think it will all work out in the end. And I think probably we couldn't have avoided this outcome, but we'll see. We have approached the point where the weekly recap takes up the entire stream. Yeah, that is most of what we spent doing last week was recapping. But this time we're going to recap in a more productive way, I think. At least I hope so. So I'm just going to go ahead and start getting into it. How dare you be a responsible adult off stream? I'm so sorry. So my thought is, like, I've got all my notes here. I'm just going to go through each page of my notes, and we're going to go talk to each of the people on each page. And we are going to go through literally every question. A lot of this is going to be pretty tedious. I will probably actually read most of the responses because I think it will ultimately be helpful to like go over all that information again. And then if necessary, we can also consult our notes to see other things they previously said, because sometimes things change over time, and some of the stuff they said previously won't come up anymore. But that's the plan. I hope we can finally make some progress this way. It seems like we must be missing a dialogue option or something somewhere that we need in order to progress. Yes, thank you, Unseeker Crush, for mentioning the library. I think we'll start there, actually. Yeah, I don't really expect to find anything there, but it's worth checking. Derek Ironbutt says, this is fine. I think I forgot everything when I woke up the morning after the last stream. Great. So we'll just refresh everyone's memory. That's OBS. That's not the game window. Let's get to the game window. Oh, also a little administrative note. Last week we had a DOS break in the middle of our DOS game, and I said how that was not intentional, that I meant to save DOS break solely for World Builder streams. I have since decided that no, actually, a DOS break can be appropriate at any time. So I have decided to leave that enabled for all streams. So during whatever I'm doing on stream, if you think I need a break, or if you need a little DOS break, feel free to redeem that. I just wanted to let everyone know. You're never going to solve this murder. Yeah, I will. We'll solve it. Wait. Library. Read information. We have unsolved cases. I think we'll read all this too. Thank you, Kyle. I appreciate that. Okay, so we still just have the assault in here. Let me go ahead and hit my content warning button. As previously mentioned, we do have some discussion of sexual assault and suicide in this game, which we're going to cover immediately here. The rape at the Downs Hill Cemetery on April 23rd, 1983 at approximately 2:30 in the morning. Okay, so this is a thing that I've repeatedly wondered about, is how long ago this was. So that's about 3 years prior. I know it's 1986 in the game. I'm trying to remember if we're given like a specific... Okay, so the murder happened May 8th at approximately 1 a.m., excuse me. The coroner's report does not give a year, but I'm pretty sure we have confirmed elsewhere that it is 1986. There's a 1986 vehicle that comes up in the game, and the game was released in 86, so I think it's meant to be like, current, present day. Miss Sarah Shields, age 21, was beaten and raped by an unknown assailant near the Downs Hill Cemetery. The aggressor fled when a security guard making his rounds came by. Miss Shields was found lying on the ground unconscious with severe wounds to her face and torso. Miss Shields could not give a description of her attacker, and he was never identified. And we're never given any clear reason why this information is available to us from the beginning of the game. But it seems pretty clear that, all the stuff we're able to look at in the library here is somehow relevant. So I assume that will become clear eventually. As I mentioned many times in the past, I have a pretty strong feeling that Bill Robbins, I always forget his last name. Yeah, Bill Robbins was the person that assaulted Sarah. So we also have... Whoa. Oh, I didn't load. That's the problem. Okay. What'd I do there? 31? Let me double check. 32, I think. Yeah, we should have the arson and the bank stuff coming up in that menu as well. And I thought that was strange. And then I realized why, finally. It's a good thing we didn't get too far before I realized that. Okay, 32 is it. Back to the library. Okay, now we have everything. So, Liberty Bank case. Robin Bills, that's the one. What? Why did my iPad go to sleep? Rude. On August 1966, so that is 20 years ago, a large amount of money was found missing from Liberty Bank. Henry Klein, a 32-year-old bank teller, was brought in for questioning but released due to a lack of evidence. The investigation was cut short when immediately after his release, Henry Klein died in a freak accident. The deceased didn't leave behind any further clues, and the case remains unsolved. So I would say at this point, it's not definitive that Henry Klein is still alive, but it does seem like pretty good odds. We have since learned that, first of all, Glenn Axworthy is the person that was hired by Edward Robbins to dispose of Henry Klein's body. He took a body to Henry Klein's home and set the home on fire. And the body was unrecognizable. We, at one point, dug up the graves of Henry Klein and the man buried next to him, which was Robert McNally, the father of Susie McNally, which is a woman that Bill was having an affair with. And there was only one body found in those graves. that grave being Henry Klein's. Robert McNally died shortly before the arson incident happened. We also discovered that the bones in Henry Klein's grave showed a gunshot wound in the leg, which has still not connected with anything, but I feel like at some point that's going to be an important clue as to whose body this actually is. So yeah, that's kind of where we are with all that. Also very important is that after the house burned down, it was a vacant lot for a long, long time. Very recently, it was paved over and became a parking lot owned by the Robbins Trading Company. Prior to that, the vacant lot land was owned by Joe Carrington. Joe Carrington notably is the second husband of Martha Carrington, whose first husband was Henry Klein. Joe sold the land for a very reasonable price to Bill Robbins. And I think that's a good summary of everything we know there. So up next we have the arson, which we kind of already talked about a bunch, but we'll go over the report here. The burning of the Klein residence. At 5 a.m. on September 30th, 1966, a fire broke out at the Klein residence near St. Andrew's Church. The house was burned to the ground, and Henry Klein killed, his body charred beyond recognition. The police suspected arson, but could find no proof. The origin of the fire was listed as unknown, and the investigation halted. The case remains unsolved. Okay, so that's September 30th. And this was August. So just a month apart or so. One thing I was thinking we should maybe do is keep track of timelines better. I think I'm going to get out a sheet of blank paper. Specifically, what I feel like we should do is create a timeline of events on the night of the murder. But also there's some things like this that I kind of want to put in the corner of this sheet of paper. So, embezzled funds, August 1966, and then we have arson, September 30th, 1966. Okay. Henry Klein was 32. We've started a sheet on Henry Klein. I'm pretty sure we already have that information noted there. Yes. Age 32, brown eyes, skinny and nondescript, moved to Liberty from Boston 20 years ago. So he was only living in Liberty for a brief time before he allegedly died. Another important thing to note about Henry Klein is that, like, all photographic evidence of him was destroyed, so very few people know what he looked like. We got the skinny, nondescript brown eyes description from the current president, I think, of the bank, who, worked with him back then 20 years ago. But, obviously his description is very vague. Report of stolen goods. We have the automobile. This seems to be the automobile that Bill Robbins' body was put in. And the car the body was found in. The game did not make that as clear as I would like, but I believe it is meant to be understood that that is the case. Object stolen, automobile, Ford, white in color, 1986 model. Reported stolen by the Robbins Trading Company. Location of theft, parking lot of the Robbins Trading Company. The lock must have been broken and the car stolen from the parking lot. So what we have learned about this is that Brian Ayler is the person who stole this car. He has admitted to that. He made it very clear that he was asked to steal this vehicle by Bill Robbins. And he was paid a tidy sum for this act. We still don't fully understand why that would be the case. It seems a little unusual. I feel like our best guess that makes any sense at all is that Bill Robbins is not dead, that this is a repeat of the type of scenario that happened with Henry Klein, and that he specifically had this vehicle stolen so it could be used in the faking of his own death. But that's a very wild guess. We have, I would say, zero other than speculation to back that up. We have a watch. This is kind of a red herring as far as I can tell. Object stolen, wristwatch, Japanese make. Reported stolen by the Grand Hotel. Manager Matthew Gaffney. Location of theft, unknown. The watch disappeared from the personal effects of a hotel guest. I don't know that we're ever told who that guest was. It might be Glenn Axworthy, who has been at the hotel for a few weeks. He's in town as a tourist, his job and hobby. I'm sorry, as a traveler. But I don't think we were ever told if it was him that reported this theft. Regardless, the watch was found, and it seems like the theft was a false alarm. Although it is perhaps worth considering that the watch was stolen and later returned. Right now, that seems like a meaningless distinction, but perhaps we could learn of some reason why that might have happened. French toast, please. Hello. Welcome to Murder Club. I'm glad you could be here. I enjoyed your stream very much. French toast, please did an entire stream of Mario Paint tonight, which was fantastic. Mostly spent drawing a Koopa, which turned out quite lovely, I must say. Part 8 of 218. Maybe. We'll see. We will see. I hope not quite that many. It would be nice to play another game eventually, I think. Computer estimate. Thank you. Okay, so moving on from the wristwatch, we have a knife. Are shoutouts working normally again? That seemed to work correctly for me. Oh. Wait, only part of my shoutout worked. We didn't get a full shout out. Nina Marie, hello. Thank you so much for coming by. Welcome to Murder Club, everyone. We're just recapping, which is what we did all of last week's stream, pretty much. And we're going to do it again, but this time in a hopefully more thorough and effective manner. So if you've missed all of the previous streams, no worries. You will get a summary of everything so far. Hello, Hinton. Hello again, Kyle and Error. Hello, Efton. And let me give Nina a shout out. Everything is being weird over here, to be honest. I think Twitch is maybe having a rough day. None of that worked. None of that worked? What is going on? Okay, we'll try that again in a minute. Gotta lurk for dinner? Thank you. Thank you for coming by. And thank you for having dinner and lurking.
Hello.
Mac. Hello. Good to see you. Oh no, my mouse. Chat is going by too fast. Salt Ranger, hello, says, if this is your first night in Murder Club, you do not have to kill someone. That's good. Since shout-outs are being a little weird, I'm going to go a little light on the shout-outs this evening. But everyone should follow Culinary Disaster as well. Sounds like the issue I had yesterday. The shout-out command, it would just do nothing. See, for me, we got a native shout-out working fine. But the... oh, you know what? My app is being weird. That's the problem. My app is fucked up. There we go. Okay. My app got disconnected. This is what I get for making my own fucking app. There we go. We got it all this time. So I think shout-outs are normal. We got all the shout-outs. Great, great, great. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, French toast, please. Okay, getting back into things. Our next stolen object is the butcher knife stolen from Lyric store, owned by, of course, Rod Lyric. Location of theft inside the store. The owner claims the knife was stolen from a display rack. Apps not even once? Oh no. Apps every day. That's my life, which I've chosen poorly. You wouldn't butcher a knife. Yes. So this knife, we believe, is allegedly perhaps the murder weapon. It matches the size and shape of the wounds on Bill Robbins' back. That was a kind of revelation I had last week. I had all along been imagining the wound to be a single dramatic stab wound to the back, but I believe we realized that the coroner's report does make it clear that he was stabbed repeatedly. Let's double check that. Excessive hemorrhaging caused by repeated stabbing in the back. So an important distinction. But it appears that this knife is the size and shape of those wounds. And it was stolen from the store just a few days before. So that's a little suspicious. We did eventually recover the knife in Bill Robbins' own home, which is interesting. And it had type AB blood on it. Gosh. This is a thing I maybe hadn't thought about since we came up with our theory that perhaps Bill Robbins is still alive. For folks that came in with Nina Marie, a thing we've learned in the past 20 years ago is that a man named Henry Klein most likely faked his own death in order to get away with some embezzled funds from the local bank. There was a body found in his grave, but the grave next to him was empty. And also the body that was in his grave was burned in a fire beyond recognition. So the theory is that perhaps, it is a very wild theory, but it's hard to not consider. Perhaps Bill Robbins is kind of repeating this incident that happened in the past and faking his own death here, which it would kind of fit if this murder weapon was found in his own home. Initially, we thought that the most likely reason for the murder weapon to be in his own home was that his wife murdered him, which is still a definite possibility, but there's a lot of things there that don't seem to add up. It just seems like too simple and straightforward of an explanation and leaves many, many threads hanging. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. Hinton says, repeated but weak and girly stabbing. Large stab wound the size of a medium stab wound. Yes, the stab wounds were described as being like shallow and weak, and someone suggested that meant a woman must have done it. Yes. Can't believe the stream has been going for 20 plus years. Yeah, it has been a long time. Unsecret Crush says, multiple stabs makes more sense for how much Bill Robbins sucked. Yes, that I do agree with that. Would not be that outlandish for a Japanese written mystery story IMO. Oh, like for what all we've been presented here, like I don't think it's that wild. It's just that I'm considering it a wild theory because we have at this point zero evidence to back it up other than like it seems like it would be appropriate. But there's lots of things we've come up with that have turned out to most likely be wrong. Okay, so that's everything in the library, I think. So we're going to head out. Before we head out, do a quick save game here, just to review how we're doing. 33 is our next file. So whenever we save, we get the summary of how we're doing here. Collecting evidence, we're up to 75. That's going out and finding items after we've gained search warrants, which it seems like we've gotten search warrants for every place we can. However, there is this mechanic where certain items will appear in a place you've already searched after you have gained more information and insight. General investigation we get by going around and questioning people, which is what we're going to be doing a lot of today. We're going to be recapping everything we've done so far in hopes that we can find new information that has been unlocked, which is very hard to find in some cases. And definitely, I think probably the biggest reason this is considered one of the most difficult games ever made. But we're allegedly up to 100 points in general investigation, which is interesting. Though there have been times where we've found new conversation that didn't seem to increase that at all. So I don't fully know what to make of that. There's a lot about the scoring system and general game mechanics that we don't fully understand here. So I'm going to assume that doesn't necessarily mean we don't need to re-question people. Interrogation we get by getting an arrest warrant for someone and bringing them in, and we can show them evidence and badger them with questions until they confess a bit of information. We have currently arrested a lot of people, maybe 10 people total, and there's only a few more that we will ever be able to arrest. But several of those we have not been able to make any progress with because we're lacking the appropriate evidence to show them, which seems to be an important mechanic of getting them to confess some information. French Toast says, time to lurk, have to prep for things tomorrow. You did say you had a busy day tomorrow. Thank you so much for stopping by. Arrest this entire town. Problem solved. I will do my best. I will stop at nothing until I've arrested everyone. But thanks for stopping by and have a good night. Vital information, we're at 84 points, which feels pretty good, but those last 16 points, I hope I did that math right, are going to take some doing, I think. And then total investigation, we're at 76, which also feels pretty good, but I feel like it could take a long, long time to get to the rest of that. And then we have a message from Judd Gregory. That's our former partner. He was originally assigned to this case. He had a heart attack and is currently in the hospital, and he insisted that we be put on the case. And he's been kind of reviewing our notes as we go, our many, many notes, and giving us an encouraging message every time we save. There's a lot of information here to sift through. I know it's difficult, but you can do it, JB. I appreciate that encouragement, and I hope we don't let Judd down. All right. So, as I said, here's all my notes. They give you these printouts with the manual for the game. Well, they give you these pages in the manual. I have printed them out so I can write on them without destroying an actual manual. And then there's all this information you can fill in as you question people, and then a section for notes. So the additional notes have just kind of filled in everything that seems relevant that each person has told us. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through each page of our notes. We are going to talk to everyone. We are going to try to construct a timeline of events on the night of the murder, so that we can hopefully get a better picture of what all went down. I've been keeping a pretty decent timeline in my head, but I feel like maybe by writing it down, we'll find some things that we've missed here that help us make better sense of it all. So yeah, I think we'll start with the coroner's report and writing down that information chronologically, and then we will go around and we will re-question everyone and go over everything we've asked them already, but most likely there's like a single question through the hundreds of questions in the game we can ask that has some new information that is going to unlock a path to actually progress in the game. And I've done my best to like reason it out and, you know, not have to do it the tedious way, but I think we're just going to have to, be tedious today, which is okay. I think in the process, we'll also, you know, be reviewing everything, and hopefully we'll make some good discoveries as we go. Okay, so let's see. Bill Robbins, the deceased, 34 years old, acting CEO of the Robbins Trading Company, a family-owned business. He succeeded his father in the position of CEO 2 years ago at the age of 32. Bill Robbins was married to the former Janet Carrington at the time of his death. He is survived by his father, Edward, his younger brother, Fred, and his sister, Kate, married to Michael Carson of the Lee Cosmetics Company. Bill Robbins' mother died 20 years ago due to complications arising from a long illness. 20 years ago is when the embezzlement happened. It is also when multiple people in this town died, which is a little suspicious. I honestly don't know if this is suspicious or not. She allegedly died from cancer, and, you know, it says a long illness, so presumably she had cancer for a long time, but that doesn't necessarily mean her life was not cut short in some manner. Just the timing of it seems a little suspicious. After graduating from a local university, Bill Robbins moved to New York City, where he lived for approximately 5 years. During that time, he married his first wife, Dorothy. Dorothy is the sister of his secretary at the time of his death, Sherry McDonald. Shelley. I always want to say Sherry for some reason. Shelley McDonald. I believe that's correct. She died soon after, which is certainly a way of putting it. Kind of glosses over some important details, which is that Bill Robbins spent all her money and then left her. And she shot herself. And after that happened, Shelley had decided to come to Liberty City to take revenge on Bill Robbins, which she confessed to us when we arrested and interrogated her. However, she says, and at this point I'm inclined to believe her, that she decided that was a silly idea and didn't go through with it. Again, a lot of that is just based on, like, it seems like something far more complex is happening here, rather than like a single person taking revenge. That doesn't necessarily mean she wasn't involved in some way, but I'm inclined to currently think she was not. She died soon after, and with his business venture failing, he returned home for good. He then went to work for his father's company, where he was employed at the time of his death. Okay, so now on to the timeline here. On the day of the murder, Bill Robbins went to work as usual and left the office at 8 p.m. Let's see. I'm trying to think of how to, like, we're going to do a timeline along the left side of this paper here. Hopefully that gives us enough room to work with. I want to leave a little bit of room for things that might have happened earlier in the day. So let's say we'll put a line here and we'll call this noon. And then down towards the bottom, we're going to have 2 a.m. That's when the body was found. At Arlington, the local college. It was found outside the front gate. Inside, we believe, again, it's not been made as clear as we would like, but we believe inside a white Ford that was recently stolen from the Robbins Trading Company parking lot. And there were signs that it was put there and that he was not killed in that vehicle. Around 1 a.m. is when the murder happened. I'm just going to go ahead and pencil that. Well, pen it in now. I probably should be using pencil, but it's too late for that. Time of death. And then we have up further. Let's put 8 up here. Like, I feel like this chunk here is going to be the area of the most interest. So we're going to put 8 o'clock here, 8 p.m. So that's when Bill left the office. And we don't know exactly where he went at that point. At 10 p.m., he showed up at the Hungry Fisherman, a pub he frequented. So let's put 10 p.m. here. At this point, it's not exactly clear what Bill Robbins did between the time he left the company and the time he made his appearance at the Hungry Fisherman. Inside the pub, Bill Robbins spent his time, as was his custom, sipping a bourbon while he conversed with the piano player, a young woman named Sarah Shields. I guess we'll go ahead and write that down. Sipped bourbon, talked to Sarah. According to Ken Scott, the owner of the Hungry Fisherman, Robbins left the place at around 11:30 p.m. So we have 10. Put 11:30 here. Left. Bill left Hungry Fisherman, HF. On his way out, he ran into another of the regulars, Brian Ayler, and a heated argument ensued. So this is probably an argument about the car theft. But we've never been able to get a clear answer on that. We also learned at some point that Fred Robbins, Bill's brother, also showed up outside the Hungry Fisherman around the same time, which is interesting and a little confusing. I don't know if it's possible that Ken Scott was mistaken about who Bill was arguing with or what. Just looking at their portraits, it doesn't seem like Brian Ayler and Fred Robbins look that much alike. But, you know, maybe to someone who didn't know either of them super well, you know, it's dark outside. So, you know, maybe a mistake was made for some reason. Hinton says that pub name always turns me into a Hungry Fisherman. Absolutely. So, yeah, Fred specifically came to argue with Bill because Bill was having an affair with Susie McNally. I'm trying to remember more detail, like what specifically convinced Fred to go have this argument at this particular time. But regardless, Fred was jealous of this relationship. He was also interested in Susie, though it seems like that was one-sided. And he went to the Hungry Fisherman to threaten Bill. He said he was going to reveal this information to Janet, Bill's wife. Bill was like, I don't give a shit, go for it. And then that was kind of the end of it as far as we can tell. So back to the report here. Ran into Brian Ayler and a heated argument ensued. From the time he left the Hungry Fisherman to the time his body was discovered, Bill Robbins' whereabouts remain unknown. So that's from 11:30 to 2 a.m. when the body was found. The 1 a.m. time of death is just an estimate as far as I can tell. Estimated time of death, May 8th at approximately 1 a.m. Let's put May 8th at the top of this. 1986. According to the family members who were asked to identify the victim's personal belongings, nothing of importance was missing. Robbery does not seem to be the motive. At present, the investigation is concentrating on the theory that Robbins was killed for reasons related to work or some personal grudge someone may have had against him. which there are many of. Okay. So that's one page dealt with. I'm just going to go through, like, these are in a kind of a random order, but I figure we'll just go through them in the order that they're in, and that's fine. So first up, we have Brian Ayler, 34-year-old male. Marital status, I have blank, but I believe he is single. Born in New York, blood type B. Naturally, since this is a Japanese game, everyone's blood type is very important. However, so far that hasn't been super relevant in like the investigation process. We know Bill Robbins' blood type was AB, and there are a few other people with blood type AB in town. So I feel like that's probably going to be relevant. The knife we found in Bill Robbins' kitchen had type AB blood on it. But so far that hasn't told us a whole lot. Brian is an author, a struggling author specifically. He's affiliated with the American Writers Guild, where I believe everyone hates him. His hobbies are driving for stress, a great hobby that everyone should have. His alibi is that he was at the Hungry Fisherman for a few drinks, then went straight home. He was, quote, a bit drunk and went to bed immediately. Additional notes, he wrote a book called Disco Inferno, Dancing with the Devil in the Pale Moonlight. His skills are meeting deadlines. He's been living in Liberty for 3 years. He told us that Bill had a thing for Sarah Shields and was always nice to her. Right, he did tell us that his wife left him, so we did get it confirmed that he is single. I just didn't write it down up here. Yeah, it was very important that Brian tell us that he didn't steal his car, which I guess was possibly true, but we did learn that he did steal a car. He told us that Susie was a bit cold, but also good looking. At one point during his deposition after arresting him, he told us Bill Robbins made a fool out of me with that car thing, and that he was, quote, really upset with him. And then eventually he did admit that he stole the car and sold it. Stole the car specifically from the Robbins lot. So let's go question Brian. Oh, shit. Brian's arrested. Oops. I knocked the thing off the table. We could back up. So a problem with arresting people in this game is it kind of locks you out of a lot of questioning. Once you've arrested someone, you can't go through the normal list of questions. You only have this interrogation interface. So for example, we can bring Brian in here. We can show him evidence. For example, this bank book is like the one thing we have that's related to him. That was the money I got from selling the car I'd stolen. We can interrogate him. It's always these 4 questions. We usually don't get a lot of information from these, but asking them kind of pressures them into giving a new deposition. Excuse me. He says, yes, I stole the car from the Robin Trading Company parking lot. I couldn't sell my books and I was having a hard time. I'm truly sorry. It was a bad judgment call. I'll admit to stealing a car, but I sure as hell didn't kill anyone. It's true. You've got to believe me. Yeah, we do have a save where he's not arrested yet. I mean, I have noted the saves where we arrested everyone. So, if it feels necessary, we could go back to before we've arrested anyone at all. I am considering maybe going back as far as... I think before we arrested Brian is as far back as it would make sense to go. I'm a little torn on that. My initial thought was that let's question everyone we haven't arrested. And then if it seems like we still haven't found the thing we're missing, then we'll back up and get those people we had to skip because they're already arrested. I think that makes sense. The only tricky thing there is we'll have to make extra sure we notice when we get new information. I think that is probably going to be obvious. I hope I don't regret saying that. Should we do a poll? Should I back up now or back up later? I'm just going to do a poll on this. We'll do a short one, but I think that's worth getting your feedback on. It might make more sense to back up now, but I'm really, really torn on it. So if we do back up, we'll go before we arrested Brian, which is, I think, save 27, which is basically before last week's stream. A lot of the people we arrested there were not, we didn't make any progress from arresting them. Should I back up now? Yes or no? We'll do a short 3-minute poll. Okay, and while we're waiting on those results, please get your votes in. Your feedback on this is very important. Let's talk about Kevin Latner. Kevin Latner is a psychology teacher who hangs out in the cemetery. At least he's been doing that on the current day that the game takes place in. He's a 48-year-old male, married, was born in Washington, D.C., blood type A, has 3 kids with his wife. He is a psychology teacher at Arlington College, which is, again, where the body was found out front of. He has a PhD in psychology. He is part of the American Association of Psychologists. His hobby is long walks. His alibi is that he was at the psych department study room preparing for a discussion group, and that there were lots of people there who can corroborate this. What would you do if not back up now? Oh, sorry. If I didn't make that clear, what we would do if I don't back up is we will continue and re-question as many of the other people as we can. And then if we still haven't find the one little question that we're missing or whatever, then at that point I will back up. The tricky thing there is if I possibly found something before I back up and I didn't realize it, that could make things very difficult. So that's my one little bit of apprehension there. I feel like we'll probably notice if we get new information at any point, but it is a thing to consider. Yeah, it is. It's really an ever-present danger. Hinton says, I can't remember what the poll means, but I voted anyway. Democracy. Great. Thank you. I appreciate your uneducated vote. All votes are welcome here. So Kevin Latner said of Janet, one of my students' twin sister, the student being Doug Carrington. He says Doug has an impressive research paper titled "To Commit the Perfect Crime." He told us about the Red Tie Club, which was 20 years ago. He said, quote, have a couple of questions I'd love to ask. I don't remember the full context of that statement, but I thought it was important enough to write down. He said the bank embezzlement was well planned and involved multiple people. He told us that the suspect is buried in the cemetery, which was, of course, eventually revealed as Henry Klein. So final results are no, 3-1 vote. Okay, thank you for all your feedback. If I regret this decision, I will blame it on all of you. That's not true. He told us that Henry Klein had no photographs left and was forgotten. And that, quote, he's the key to that case, the case being the embezzlement. That's democracy. Robert McNally. What about Robert McNally? Both Robert McNally and Henry Klein were buried in the cemetery. Yeah. Their graves were right next to each other. Robert McNally's grave was empty. Henry Klein's had a body in it, or at this point, a skeleton. The skeleton showed signs of having been shot in the leg. We were not, as far as we could tell, the crime lab isn't able to definitively tell us like whose bones those are, but we do strongly suspect that's actually the skeleton of Robert McNally, whose grave was right next to him. Robert McNally in the cemetery right next to Klein died just before the incident. So that's all the information we got from Kevin. And now we're going to go talk to him again. This does predate DNA evidence as far as I know. Yeah, I assumed so. So investigate, and we want to go to the cemetery. A cold wind is blowing. You surprised me, he says. Everywhere you look, there are graves. Let's say hello. Any new leads? Not particularly. What did people used to use to pass on their genome before DNA? That's a great question. I guess they just had to do it by hand. Forgot to switch scenes. We are going to go through literally everything, including these basic questions. So his name is Kevin Latner. He's 48. He teaches psychology at Arlington. Blood type is A. He has a wife and 3 kids. I am comparing with my notes just to be sure, like maybe someone is going to change their answer on some personal detail. It seems like a possibility. I wouldn't expect that of Kevin Latner, but you never know. Unsuka Rush says, oh wow, actually late 80s are when DNA profiling became more common. Okay. So it was just starting to be a thing when this game takes place. That's interesting. Game Dev Jeff, hello. Are we narrowing in? No, absolutely not. We're doing our best. We are currently in the process of re-questioning absolutely everyone in the game, except for the people we've arrested, who we can no longer question as thoroughly, which is a little weird, just to figure out what we're missing. There's got to be some new information that pops up from one of these questions that will finally allow us to progress. We're also constructing a timeline of the night of the murder, which hopefully having that written down instead of just floating around in my head, maybe that'll help us uncover something that I've overlooked. Maybe Liberty City just doesn't have the resources. Oh, speaking of Game Dev Jeff, as I shouted out there, is working on 2 upcoming adventure games with Pixel Turkey, which I'm very excited about. Also just translated a Korean DOS game that Pixel Turkey was playing last night. The name of that is escaping me, but I did post a link on our Discord. If you want to share any information about that, feel free. But it's a neat game with some very nice art and animation. Father World, thank you. Okay. Hobbies, taking long walks and hanging out in the cemetery, apparently. Skills, I have a PhD in psychology. Birthplace, Washington, D.C. Clubs, I'm a member of the American Association of Psychologists. And then we have this list of all the people. Well, most of the people in the game. There's some notable people that don't ever show up in this list, like Henry Klein, for example. It seems like generally it's most of the currently alive people that we can ask about, but not all of them. First U.S. case to use DNA evidence was in 1987, so the year after this. That's super interesting. Birthplace Cemetery. Bill Robbins. He was just murdered, right? I read about it in the paper. Martha Carrington. That's Dave's mother, correct? Edward Robbins. Could he have committed the murder? After we've arrested someone, frequently people, when we ask them about this person, will kind of respond to that arrest in some way. So that's why he's saying this. He doesn't necessarily think that. But it is certainly a possibility. Fred Robbins. My gut feeling is that he could have committed the crime. I don't know how much to trust this guy. He has given us a lot of theories. Like, he's the one that's suggested that perhaps it was Henry Klein's body, or Robert McNally's body in Henry Klein's grave, and that maybe Henry Klein is still alive, which I think was a theory we had thought of before he brought that up. But once he brought it up, we already had that theory, so it's like it's very easy to think, yes, he's confirming that information. But maybe not. Maybe he's unreliable. Like, I don't think it's likely that Fred Robbins committed the crime, and yet he says he has a gut feeling he did. So I don't know how trustworthy I find him. Kate Carson, don't know her. Oops. Doug Carson, don't know him. Judy Carson, don't know her. Michael Carson, don't know him. Joe, oh, that's Dave's father. Dave is one of my students. Janet, she couldn't kill anyone. Dave, he's in one of my classes. He's a top-notch student. He just completed an impressive research paper entitled To Commit the Perfect Crime. Stephen Beckert, the local doctor, he's got to know more than he's letting on. I agree. Susie McNally, I don't know her. Barbara Davis, don't know her. Shelley, who? Ken Scott, he's the owner of the Hungry Fisherman, I think. That is correct. Sarah Shields, I know who she is. She works over at the Hungry Fisherman. I go there for drinks sometimes. Russell Thorpe, sorry, never met him. Brian Ayler, I think he's a writer. I've come across him a couple of times over the Hungry Fisherman. I don't think he could commit such a big crime. Why? Because he's a wimp. That's why. Glenn Axworthy. I've never heard that name before. And then we have asked for more information. This is a list that changes throughout the game as we learn about different things. It also varies from person to person what topics show up here. Everyone, we can ask for their alibi, what they were doing the night of the murder. And we can also ask everyone about something else, which is kind of a way of saying, hey, is there anything else that comes to mind about the murder case that you might want to mention? And frequently, some people will have a little bit of something they'll bring up there. I was in the psych department study room preparing for a discussion group. There were a lot of people in the room with me who can back up my story. So I think as far as our timeline, we won't bother to include people like this who are just telling us, oh, I was at this place the entire night. For people who were out doing something at particular times, I think I'll include that in our timeline. I think that's a reasonable way to approach this. Red Tie Club. If only there were a membership list. We did eventually find one at Robert Thorpe's house, one of the organizers of the Red Tie Club. Liberty Bank case. As a matter of fact, the man who was under suspicion for the crime is buried here. Again, we did dig up that grave. That's Henry Klein he's referring to. Assault at Downs Hill. I remember the case. It still hasn't been solved, has it? No. Arson at Klein's house. There are no pictures of Henry Klein left. Nothing. And everybody around here seems to have forgotten about him. In my opinion, someone should have kept digging. He's the key to that case. He does seem to be very important. Press X to doubt. Grave. This is pure speculation, but what if Henry Klein didn't really die? What if the corpse that was buried in his grave belongs to someone else? What if indeed? Bones. A grave with nothing in it. No skeleton, no tattered remains of clothing, nothing. Somehow, I have a hunch that Henry Klein is alive somewhere, probably in this town. Oops. Something else. As they say, there's more to this case than meets the eye. So here we can also go to the graves, which we unlocked at one point. What did he say about the Red Tie Club? If only there were a membership list. So the graves, We previously dug up the bodies. Well, we dug up a body here. We dug up both graves and found one body. You stare down at the graves of Henry Klein and Robert McNally. We can also search for clues here. You don't find anything relevant to the case. Previously, we found bones here. But that's it for Kevin Latner. I'm just going to put a little X at the top here to indicate that we've reviewed all his questions. So that way I can keep track of who we've talked to, since we had to skip Brian for now. Up next we have Peter Ledoux and Father Jacoby. Peter Ledoux is the security guard that found the body. He's a 50-year-old male. He is married. He was born in Bethesda, Maryland, blood type B, has a wife and 2 daughters. Security guard at Arlington College. His hobbies are fishing and working on his car. He told us he heard a car screeching off around where the body was found, and it seemed to be blue. He told us that Bill was killed elsewhere than dumped at Arlington. He told us that Bill was a big man, so he probably needed more than one person to move the body around. His height is 6'2" and his weight is 173. Why do I have those memorized and can't remember what I did yesterday? I don't know. But so he was a pretty tall guy. Not super bulky, I would say, but definitely quite tall. Dave Carrington was hanging around after the murder, quote, researching a paper. Dave was also in the area of Arlington College 10 p.m. the night before the murder. He tells us that he went for a walk and then went home, but I kind of wonder if that is the case. I kind of wonder if maybe he was in the area until at least 2 a.m. So let's go talk to Peter Ledoux. He is at Arlington College, of course. Campus is vast and beautiful. Let's look around. You notice a rather ugly bust of the college's founder. This keeps standing out to me. It's probably nothing, but I can't help but wonder about it. Is it going to somehow be important at some point? Say hello. What else can I do for you? Name, Peter Ledoux. Age, 50. Occupation, security guard. Blood type, B. Family, wife and 2 daughters. This guy is not suspicious at all to me. Fishing, working on my car as hobbies. But it can't hurt to go over everything regardless. Can't think of any skills. Come from Bethesda, Maryland. And clubs, don't belong to any. Bill Robbins. That's the man whose corpse I discovered. I just opened the car door and he fell on me. I'd never seen a dead man before. It gave me the shakes. Martha Carrington. Don't know her. Edward. The victim's father. Big man around town. He came here to identify the body. I didn't make a note of that, but I think I should. Edward came to identify the body. This is important information because we have this theory that maybe Bill faked his own death with the help of probably the Red Tie Club, who his dad is definitely was a member of 20 years ago. So if Bill faked his own death, then it seems very important that whoever identified the body had to have been in on it. So if Edward identified the body, that is important to know. And also the coroner was in the Red Tie Club as well. And we have various reasons to find him a little suspect. I would say maybe nothing super strong at this point, but we certainly don't fully trust him. Fred Robbins. Sorry, I don't know him. Kate Carson, the victim's sister. She came here with her father after I discovered the body. Oh. So she was there also. That's interesting. That maybe pokes a little hole in that theory, but, you know, just being here is a little different than, you know, actually, like, you know, I can imagine, you know, she might not necessarily want to go look at the body of her murdered brother. You know, a reasonable feeling for literally anyone to have. So maybe she didn't actually see the body. But we'll make a note of this. Came to Arlington with Ed after body was found. I wonder if you can follow up with her about being at the crime scene, though. Yeah. For sure. Like, I feel like we must have read this before. Like, we questioned him pretty early on. So I don't think this is new information. Doug. Judy. I'm not going to read the responses. I'm going to try not to read all the responses for people that are just like, I don't know him. Dave Carrington. He's in Professor Latner's class, I think. He was hanging around here after the murder took place. When I asked him what he was doing, he said he was researching a paper. Again, that paper was How to Commit the Perfect Crime. Stephen Beckert. He's the medical examiner who performed the autopsy. Ken Scott. We fish together sometimes. Interesting. I don't think that's super relevant, but I'm going to write it down anyways. I think the worst we can say of security guard guy at this point is, like, maybe he was paid off to, like, not reveal that someone told him to go find the body. He says he went over and looked at this car that the body was found in because he just had a feeling, which former security guard Culinary Disaster said that is a definitely a thing that can happen. In his case, usually just ended up being people fucking. But, you know, certainly, like, you know, sometimes you have a feeling and something, it turns out there was a reason for it. Like, you know, that in general seems believable. But also it does seem possible that, you know, maybe he was tipped off in simply not revealing that information. Who guards the fuckers? Nobody, apparently. Okay. So that's Ken Scott. Sarah Shields. Okay, and that's everybody. Asked for information. Alibi. I had the night shift. I was finishing my rounds at about 2 a.m. when I noticed the car. So that's pretty much already indicated in our timeline. We found the body was found at Arlington at 2 a.m. I guess we'll specify by Peter Lido. Somebody should. Fucking can be very vulnerable. Yes, this is true. Okay, Red Tie Club doesn't know anything. Liberty Bank case. Yes, I remember. It caused a real stir. Automobile. Seems that Mr. Robbins was killed somewhere else and then dumped in that car. So this statement is my main reason for assuming that the stolen car is, in fact, the car the body was found in. because our menu here just says automobile, but that is in the menu because of the report of the stolen vehicle. So I believe we're meant to understand that we are asking specifically about the stolen vehicle. So when he says that car, I think he means the stolen car. Hopefully that's the case, and I'm not just making things up here. Yeah, it is very weird that the game doesn't make it clear. Like, there's a scene where we can go and look at the vehicle. That doesn't mention anything about even the color of the car. That's what the coroner was saying. The victim was a big man. I don't know if one person could handle that alone. Something else. Right about the time I found Mr. Robbins, I heard a car screeching off. I couldn't get a good look at it, but I'd say it was blue. So we're going to write this down on our timeline. Ledoux heard a car screeching off. Blue? Question mark? Or does he mean that car is close in proximity to him? I mean, who knows? It's anybody's guess, but I'm trying to just go with the assumption that the car the body was found in is the white Ford. Like, unless something comes up that contradicts that, or it seems like there's reason to doubt that for any reason, I feel comfortable taking that as fact. Finding the body. I had a weird gut feeling, so I went to take a look inside. When I opened the car door, the body fell on me. Gee, was I surprised. And that's everything. We have a leave this place option where we can go to the crime scene. The scene of the crime had been thoroughly cleaned. You see nothing that would indicate that such an incredibly brutal murder had been committed here. We can search for clues. You light up a cigarette and take a look around. You can't find any clues and aren't hit with any great inspiration. Nothing to take, of course. And we're done here. So we'll give Peter Ledoux an X. And up next is Father Jacoby. A 58-year-old male, single, born in Kentucky, blood type A. His family is God. He's a pastor at St. Andrews. His affiliations are the church youth group. His hobbies are giving love. His alibi is that he was at the church the whole time. His skills are teaching and counseling. He told us he heard a car coming from the graveyard at, quote, a late hour. Unfortunately vague on the time there. He said of Thorpe that I've met him, which I guess I thought was interesting enough to write down. Maybe, maybe not. He also told us that Susie's father was buried in the cemetery and that she goes there often with flowers. Susie's father, of course, being Robert McNally, whose grave ended up being empty. So let's go to the church and talk to this guy. You arrive at a small picturesque church. There are a few people in the area. I'm sorry, my son, you just missed the service, says the priest who approaches you. A peaceful aura fills the chapel. Is there something else, he says when we say hello? Father Jacoby, 58 years old, pastor of the church, blood type A. God is my life's companion, he says. Hobbies, I give love to those who need it. Skills, as part of my work, I teach and give counsel. Birthplace, Kentucky. Clubs, I help out with our church youth group. Bill Robbins. Mr. Robbins' funeral was held here. I pray for his soul daily. Speaking of which, I don't know if we've ever gotten a confirmation about exactly how much time has passed since the murder, but we did last week determine that it's been like at least a week, I think. I'm just trying to think if there's anywhere we could confirm that. Does the coroner's report have a date? Yeah, that's what I was just looking for. Although, I mean, that would be... No, there's no date on the coroner's report. The date of the murder was May 8th. But there's nothing to indicate the current date. I don't think... I'm just wondering if, like this tells us total investigation time. I thought, maybe there's a date on the screen or something and I've missed, but no. I don't think we can see the date anywhere in the office. So. No, I don't mean this funeral specifically. I'm trying to figure out how much time has passed between the murder and present day. It's probably not super important. It seemed useful to know. Okay, back to Father Jacoby. So we were on asking about others. We had asked about Bill Robbins already. Martha Carrington. Mrs. Carrington is a regular churchgoer, but I haven't been able to get to know her. She's a private person. That is very good information that I didn't think too much of when it was first given to me. But now that we know more, seems incredibly relevant. We're fairly confident that Mrs. Carrington is in on the faking of Henry Klein's death. It seems unlikely that she wasn't in on it. And I strongly suspect, at least, that Joe Carrington, her current husband, is in fact Henry Klein. At this point, our main firm evidence that supports that is simply the fact that he owned the lot where Henry Klein's house used to be. Which is a little bit weird. But yeah, we don't have a lot of strong evidence to back that up at this point. This guy know Klein. Is there a way to ask? We can't ask about Klein. Oh yeah, I was going to write this down. Martha. A private person. Dysvor, hello. Oh, it was you all along? I can't believe that. Regardless, I guess, welcome. Please don't kill anyone else. And you're welcome here. Okay, I got distracted. Where were we? Edward Robbins. God bless him. He's made donations to this church and many worthwhile charities. Blood type. My blood type is A. What? That's the wrong menu. It's tricky to the number of times I have to tap down in this menu varies depending on who we're talking to, because these menu options change. So that's why I sometimes end up in the wrong menu. If it was more consistent, it would be a lot easier. Fred Robbins. He is a serious young man. Kate Carson. I have a great admiration for her. She's a strong woman with a heart of gold. It's fine if you have to kill someone, though. We understand. I don't know that I agree with that, but it's good to know Hinton is okay with it. Doug Carson. He does come to church very often, but... Judy. She's the president of the Amoenus Club. I've worked with her at a number of functions. So the Amoenus Club is like a women's charity organization. We don't know a lot about it other than that. But a lot of the women in the game are involved in this club. Seems like mainly... I was about to say mainly older women, but I don't know that that's actually correct. I believe there are maybe some younger women that are involved as well. At this point, we have no reason to suspect anything about the Amoenus Club other than the fact that it has been a topic we can ask many people about and that keeps coming up, which, adjacent to Murder Club, makes it feel a little bit suspicious, maybe. Michael Carson. He and Kate were married here. Such a fine young people. Joe. Don't know him. So he doesn't know Joe, which is relevant in the question of whether or not he remembered Henry Klein or not. If we could confirm that he did know Henry Klein, then that would be a very good reason for Joe to never come to church, even though his wife apparently does. We do know Joe is a recluse. He's described that way by his own son. We'll get to those questions about the arson of the bank case. I don't remember if we can. Only 6 months after saying her wedding vows here, she was back in this church mourning her husband. This is Janet Robbins, I don't think I said. It seems so unfair. Well, the Lord works in mysterious ways. Dave. I've never had a one-on-one conversation with the young man. So Dave, Janet, and Martha, all the rest of that family is coming to church regularly, but not Joe. That does really make me think that, maybe this is one of the people that could identify Joe as being Henry Klein. Stephen Beckert. I've met him on occasion. Susie. Her father is buried in the cemetery behind the church. She goes there often to put flowers on his grave. Barbara. Barbara, good soul, comes here quite often. Shelley. She was here about a week ago praying for Mr. Robbins' soul. That's interesting in the context of, I think that's the one thing that made it clear it's been at least a week since the murder happened. But that's interesting. Like, this maybe helps back up her story that she gave up on her plan to take revenge on Bill. But it's hard to know for sure. Ken, don't know him. Russell Thorpe, I've met him. It's just such a weird, especially like Russell Thorpe was an organizer of the Red Tie Club. He's kind of a person of interest, I guess, is how I would put it. It seems like he was doing something suspicious the night of the murder, along with other former members of the Red Tie Club. So there's just this like extremely vague, I've met him, is a little bit weird. And that's all the people he knows. Ask for more information. Alibi. I was here, of course. Red Tie Club. I'm sorry that I can't be of any help to you, but I don't know anything. He's 58, so he would have been 38 20 years ago when the Red Tie Club was a thing. He wasn't born here, but we never learn when he moved here. This is a good time to mention that I'm maybe the tiniest bit suspicious of Father Jacoby, mostly because of how vague he is about a lot of things. I mean, that's the same joke that French Toast Please made. Part 8 of 306. French Toast Please said, I think 218. So a little more optimistic, but yeah, probably we'll see. We are here doing the same thing we did last week. But we're going to make progress tonight, damn it. We might even solve the murder. It could happen. Anything could happen. Is the paper you're writing on specific to this game? Oh, yeah. These are printouts of the manual. So copies of what comes with the game. Originally, this is all blank. You just have like the name, sex, age, marital status, etc. So you have like this information you're kind of guided to fill in. And the manual also like talks about giving Judd your notes. So like you're very much encouraged to take notes. And I, as a big note taker, obviously was happy to do so. So I've been trying to be very, very thorough about this. We've all arranged to come in and say a higher number every hour. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. Where were we? Red Tie Club. Liberty Bank case. I don't know anything about it. Okay. So that was the thing we were wondering. And then the arson. What? That's a weird way to respond to that. Do you know anything about this arson? What? Not no, I don't. Or I'm sorry, I don't recall that. Just what? Grave. Yes, there is a cemetery behind the church. Susie's father, Robert McNally, is buried there. Or is he? I guess he probably is, just not in his own grave. And not anymore since we took his bones. What? I can't tell if you're asking about the bones situation or just mimicking the what. Arson? I don't know an arson. I don't even know the meaning of arson. Exactly. Something else. Come to think of it, yes. The night of the murder, I heard the sound of a car coming from the graveyard. Very unusual at that late hour. I hope it's not related to Bill Robbins' murder. I'm pretty sure it is. Bill Robbins' murder. I hope I'm not wrong about the murder being faked. I don't know where to put this in the timeline here. But I do want to write it down. So a late hour. What would you say is a late hour? 10 is certainly a little bit late. I think I'm going to put it off to the side and just say right over here. A late hour. Sound of a car coming from the graveyard. Just blow up the town? I would like to arrest everyone personally, but then we could blow it up. Perfect. Good solution. Sound of a car coming from the graveyard. I'm fairly confident this car in question is, at the very least, Robert Thorpe was in the car. Russell Thorpe. Damn it. Every time. It's a whole Maramara situation. Russell Thorpe is his name. He was definitely in the car, I think. I believe also Edward Robbins and Stephen Beckert were with him, which is all the known alive, thank you for the scream, members of the Red Tie Club. And he says, no offense, but you're not one fit to judge a late hour. That is extremely fair. What would y'all say is a late hour? For an elderly priest, maybe 4 p.m.? Some offense. Fair. Very fair. Everyone chime in on what a late hour is. The murder was what, around 10 or 11? No, the estimated time of death is 1 a.m. So my feeling on when this happened is honestly around 10 or 11. That's mostly based on other information we've gotten about the whereabouts of the people we think were in the car. 10 onwards is definitely late. That's I would agree with that. Sound of car coming from the graveyard. So specifically a car coming from the graveyard, possibly toward the church. My best assumption about what happened here is a car comes from the graveyard toward the church. Unclear on whether they stopped at the church necessarily, but I'm pretty sure that car eventually goes to Arlington College. I'm pretty sure we got some mention of some of the people having been in the vicinity of Arlington later. And I strongly suspect that vehicle, at the very least, was taking the body to the spot where it was found. Did that body come from the graveyard, in fact? Maybe. I don't really know that part at this point, but it does seem notable that it came from the graveyard initially. Oui. 3 or later would be the wee hours. Okay. Unticker Crush said it would say 10 p.m. or 1 to 2 a.m. would probably be a late hour. Yeah. Yes. Anything earlier could be debated. Yeah. Like I feel like there are definitely people that would say like 9 would be a late hour. But earlier than that is definitely questionable. Hinton says, late is me whenever I said I would meet up somewhere. Relatable. The wee hours are when you say yes to everything. That makes sense. Is that because you need to get up to wee around 3 a.m.? Eventually, I will finish the sentence I'm trying to write down here. Sound of car coming from the graveyard. All right, we did it. Very unusual at that late hour. I hope it's not related to Bill Robbins' murder. Hinton says, that's my secret, Cap. I'm always weeing. Great. Considering this is a medium small town, is it though? It's called Liberty City. That to me suggests a decent size. But it does seem like I feel like medium sized is reasonable. It's really hard to tell because we're given access to so few people. But it almost seems like there's only one doctor in town. And various like little details like that. So I don't know what to make of it. IV full of Gatorade. It's the Genoa City paradox. I suppose it is. Car activity at night around a church is probably still odd. Yeah. A large city the size of a medium city. Yeah, exactly. Multiple corporations, but every person knows each other. Yeah, exactly. It's weird. It doesn't all add up. All right, moving on. Something else. I think that's the last thing in this list. And again, we have a leave this place option. In the case of the cemetery, that eventually like unlocked the ability to go to the grave. So I'm so sure we will eventually find somewhere else to go in this church. But how do we unlock that? I don't know. I really hope we figure that out today. But for now, we're done with church. And Father Jacoby gets an X. Up next, Doug Carson. Ooh, Doug Carson might be arrested. But we'll go over his notes regardless. Yeah, everybody has one doctor and one real estate guy. There's one insurance guy that handles multiple types of insurance, both life and fire and other. Doug Carson, 58-year-old male. I have marital status blank, but he's definitely married. Born in Ohio, blood type O, has a wife, son Michael Carson, and daughter-in-law Kate. He is president of the Lee Cosmetics Company, who we've been told by other people is struggling financially. He is a member of the Chamber of Commerce. His hobbies are classical music and brandy. His alibi was initially that he was home all night. However, we did later learn that he went to meet someone, but he wouldn't reveal who. Joe Carrington is the one that told us, saw him around 10 in a hurry. So we can put that on our timeline here. Where he was seen is a question mark, but we have 10 p.m. So Joe C. saw Doug C. in a hurry. I initially suspected that Doug Carson was meeting up with the Red Tie Club members. At this point, I don't know what to think of that. Off topic, I just watched The Golden Bachelor, and it's permanently modified my DNA. I don't know what The Golden Bachelor is. That sounds bad. Is that bad? I've never watched The Bachelor before. This one has people in their 70s. Oh, okay. Interesting. That's The Bachelor, but he's old now. Okay. So like The Bachelor is a thing where like there's one guy and like he's basically dating a variety of people, and then I guess it's like suggested they get married at the end or definitively get married at the end. I've never watched The Bachelor either, but I've absorbed a tiny bit of information about it. Unclear, but the goal is allegedly marriage, right? Okay, back to Doug. He has a pilot's license. He told us that Bill flaunted his extramarital affairs. Of his cosmetics company, he says, it's just a matter of time before we get out of this slump. He drives a black BMW. He told us that Susie McNally had been seen with Bill downtown. And he also told us that he has lived in Liberty for 15 years, which is notable because that means he would not have known about the Red Tie Club. It's so weird. It's like speed dating, but it's also like he's constantly cheating on all these women with each other. Blah. Yeah, that is very weird. I've only seen ads, but I was surprised the women are also approximately as old as The Bachelor. That honestly is a little surprising. I wanted to check it out because I was like, yes, hot old women on TV. Okay. Let's, I'm pretty sure he's been arrested, but we'll go and talk to him in jail. Interrogation. Doug. Oh, we didn't arrest Doug. Interesting. Okay. So he hangs out at the Lee Cosmetics Company. Wait, no. Doug's at home. Because he's been, since the night of the murder, he's been kind of, he seems upset about something. So he's been out of the office. Carson's house. This is Kate Carson. We'll bring in Doug. Person you called enters the room. Let's arrest Doug. I don't know if we can. I think at the end of last week's stream, I arrested everyone I could. But also I could have sworn we arrested Doug at some point, so I'm not sure. I used to listen to a podcast where people talked about The Bachelor and related shows, but never really watched it myself. Which podcast was that? Okay. So we'll say hello first. What do you want to speak to me about? Doug Carson, 58 years old, president of the Lee Cosmetics Company, blood type O, family, my wife, my son Michael, and my daughter-in-law Kate. Hobbies. Hobby? What sort of a question is that? I like to listen to classical music and nurse a good brandy. So, like, that's a reasonable answer. Why does he ask like that's a weird question? Why does he answer like that's a weird question to ask? Yes. It was called Rose Buddies, but they later pivoted the podcast topic to general stuff we like because the Bachelor format was too toxic. Right. It's now called Wonderful, the one with Griffin and Rachel McElroy. Thank you. Xenolon, hello. Yes, that is the one. Yes, it does say show warrant. So we can get search warrants for various locations, and basically there are a lot of locations in the game, or Graham if you prefer, where this option always shows up even before you have a warrant. So my assumption is that those are all the places we could ever get a search warrant for. And so far that has seemed to be true. Videograms, yes. Yeah, like the defensiveness about asking about hobbies almost makes me wonder if there's some hobby he doesn't want to admit to, like maybe he's part of the murder club. I don't know. Hello, Bit 101. Who's Brandy? Where were we? Skills. I've got a pilot's license. Videograms. Ah, yes. Birthplace. I was born in Ohio. I've lived here almost 15 years. Clubs. I'm a member of the Chamber of Commerce. Okay. Now I'll ask about others. Bill Robbins. What a waste. He was brilliant. Quite a businessman. Martha. Don't know her very well. Edward. Edward Robbins is a remarkable man. He's contributed more to the business community than anyone in town. The business community. Ah, yes. An important cause. Fred Robbins. He works for me. Oh, right. Wait. Fred Robbins works at the Lee Cosmetics Company? Did we know? Like, I'm sure we learned this at some point, but like, this feels like information I forgot very quickly because it wasn't. Yeah, okay. Occupation, Lee Cosmetics Company. I guess it hasn't come up enough. But that seems like possibly worth thinking about more. What are the 10 worst hobbies according to Adventure Games in 1980X? That's a great question. Yeah, like certain people's jobs just don't seem to come up much outside of like the question of asking what their job is. So I feel like that's why it didn't seem super relevant. He's nice, cheerful, hardworking, but he doesn't have his brother's business sense. Actually, yeah, for a long time, I assumed he was in line to potentially take over at the Robbins Trading Company. So I don't know how I arrived at that. I think it must have just been assuming that, of course, he would work for his own dad's business. This is kind of interesting because we have learned that Bill Robbins' biological father is not Edward Robbins. We also know that Fred Robbins kind of hates Bill. And also Barbara hates Bill. Barbara being the housekeeper and kind of stand-in mother for Fred since his real mother died 20 years ago. So yeah, that's interesting. Is Fred arrested in this timeline? Yeah, I believe so. I think we arrested him, way back in Save 24. Although we did back up at some point, but I think he's currently arrested still. Love talking to Doug, but I got a fruit break. I hope you enjoy your fruit break, Kitten. What's the specific crime you're investigating? Okay, so to give you like a very brief summary, there's way too much information to try to like give you the full deal. But Bill Robbins was murdered on May 8th. He was found with a bunch of stab wounds in his back in a car outside Arlington College. That doesn't seem to be the place where he was murdered. Like his body was transported there. There are a lot of potential suspects. There's been a lot of information we've uncovered about a club called the Red Tie Club that existed 20 years ago. Two notable things that also happened 20 years ago are some embezzlement at the local bank, the main suspect of that being Henry Klein, and also an arson in which Henry Klein was found dead, but the body was unrecognizable. Fairly recently, we have learned that a man named Robert McNally died shortly before that arson and also was buried right next to Henry Klein. We dug up both their graves and found one body in Henry Klein's grave. That body had been shot in the leg, though we don't yet know how that is relevant. But we strongly suspect that this is, in fact, the body of Robert McNally and that Henry Klein is still alive. We also suspect that perhaps Henry Klein is the person we now know as Joe Carrington. I think that's a good picture of where we're at so far. Bill Robbins was killed because he sucks and almost everyone in his town has probable reason to want him dead, is the extremely short version. Yes, although it is also possible that Bill Robbins faked his death. But yeah, definitely a lot of people had reason to kill him. Okay, back to the questioning. Kate. She's very kind and considerate. She even manages to get along with that nagging wife of mine, which is no small feat. Okay, dude. Doug. I'm a great businessman. It's always important to ask people about themselves. Judy. I shouldn't say this because she's my wife, but she's a busybody and a gossip. Michael. It may be because his mother spoiled him, but he has no motivation. It would make me happy if he just got his act together. Joe. Never talked to her. Janet. I don't know Janet well. Stephen Beckert. People say that he's a very good doctor. Susie McNally. You know, I almost forgot. I've seen her and Bill together downtown. Why is it you never hear of the nagging husbands? Great question. My wife is a bitch and I don't like her. Barbara. I have trouble dealing with her. I never know what to say. Shelley. She used to be Bill's secretary. They were always together. Classic 80s comedy, indeed. Doesn't know Ken. Doesn't know Sarah. Russell. He's the owner of the Gaslight movie theater. He's a very good businessman. All the businessmen in town really appreciate each other so much. They love to talk about how great the others are at being businessmen. Never met Brian. Don't know Glenn. Alibi. I did go out that night. I guess I forgot. I had promised to meet someone. Who was I supposed to meet? Well, okay, so we already wrote this down, right? Joe C. saw Doug C. in a hurry at around 10 p.m. Red Tie Club. What's that? Liberty Bank case. This is the first I've heard about that incident. Arson at Klein's house. I don't know anything about it. Marriage. I suppose someone's already told you that I married into money. The Lee Cosmetics Company was founded by my wife's father. Oh, so, Did he never like his wife? Yeah, sure sounds like it. Drive a black BMW. I'm telling you, it's just a matter of time before we get out of this slump. And now he's fucked up the company as well. I hate to say this, but Bill really flaunted his extramarital affairs. I wonder whether it had something to do with his death. So that's everything in there. And we're pretty much done here. I guess we'll do a quick search. Why not? Okay, nothing new. All right, that's it for Doug Carson. Time to give him his X. On to David Ross. Excuse me. David Ross is the parking lot attendant at the lot where the white Ford was stolen from. 38-year-old male, married, born in Philadelphia, blood type B, has a wife and son, jogs every day. His alibi is that he finished his shift at 8, changed clothes, and went home. He has no skills. He tells us that Bill is a cutthroat businessman, and also that he had an argument with a real estate agent a couple of days before. That is interesting information to know. Is especially interesting in the context of... So Glenn Axworthy is the person who took the body of who was believed to be Henry Klein to Henry Klein's house and then set that house on fire. He was hired to do that by Edward Robbins. Recently, Glenn came to town and was wanting to learn more about Henry Klein. It is unknown why he wanted to, but he tried to go talk to Edward Robbins to find out more about Henry Klein. The secretary actually took him to Bill Robbins. So they had a talk about Henry Klein. And Bill was very interested in Henry Klein and wanted to learn as much as he could. So much so that he actually went looking for Glenn Axworthy like the next day. And wanted to get more information. So arguing with Joe Carrington is interesting, mainly in the context of my hunch that Henry Klein is now Joe Carrington under a new name and identity. Yeah. I a little bit wonder if maybe that's Bill's biological dad, but it's a very big question, right? Like, it's just like I can't help but think that his real parents, or at least one of his real parents, is someone in the game. Like, it seems like that's a reasonable assumption to make. Like that'll be something that'll get revealed later on. And that seems like a potential, like, that would be surprising to learn kind of choice. So I guess that's kind of my main reason for thinking that. Anyways, let's go talk to David Ross. As always, the straights are not okay. It's not where I meant to go. He is at the parking lot. Again, this lot, until very recently, was a vacant lot, and 20 years ago was the site of Henry Klein's house. All very interesting. Doesn't seem to be a busy day at the lot. Need to see your ticket, sir, says the parking lot attendant. Let's look around. It's an enormous lot. Let's say hello. Go away. You're bothering me. Well, bad news. I'm going to bother you more. David Ross, 38 years old. Parking lot attendant for the Robbins Trading Company. Blood type B. Just got to make sure nobody changes their blood type on us. I have a wife and son. Hobbies. I jog every morning. Rain or shine. I never miss a day. You satisfied? Yes. Thank you for answering my question. No skills in particular. Birthplace, Philadelphia. Clubs, none. Ask about others. Bill Robbins. I've never met Bill Robbins, but I hear he was a tyrant. You quote me on that, and I'll deny it. He doesn't know most of the people in the game, so this should be relatively quick to go through. Edward Robbins, he's the president. Hey, we don't hang out. That's all I can tell you. Doug, I don't know him. I don't know any of these people. This is a waste of time. Buddy, I know it, but here we are. You just got to bear with me here. We'll get through this. Like, you think your time is being wasted? How do you think I feel? He's the real estate agent who sold the Robbins Trading Company this parking lot. Is he the person that the only person that gave us this information? I think he must be. Doesn't even know the local doctor. He's clearly has not been to a doctor the entire time he's lived here. Come on, I told you, I don't know these people. We're almost there. One more. Hinton says, Robot Spacer is cracking. Not long until he's swiggling complimentary beers in murder suspects' rec rooms. I mean, that happens all the time. That's a regular occurrence. Swiggling. Swigging? Swigging. Why did I think that said swiggling? It's that New Zealand slang. Why is this suit covered in moss? So there's a couple characters in this game that have this weird effect. Like in the original PC-88 art, it looked a little less weird, but like kind of the effect got lost in translation. I think it's kind of like meant to be a dithering effect to make the color look a little bit different than this kind of brown orange it is. But in this version, it just does not come off very well. Maybe on a fuzzy CRT, it would have looked better. You can swiggle if you like. It's your channel. Thank you, Hinton. Okay, so that's all of the people. Alibi. I finished my shift at 8 o'clock, changed clothes, and went home. What can I tell you? I lead a dull life. I am going to write this down since we have a specific time for it, even though I don't think it's very important. David Ross went home. It potentially, like, I don't suspect this guy, but maybe it's relevant in that something happened here after that time. Assault, don't know anything about it. Automobile, it's still missing. Something else. Don't go saying I told you this, but Bill Robbins was a cutthroat businessman. Made a lot of enemies. Matter of fact, he and the real estate agent had a nasty argument a couple of days before Mr. Robbins was killed. Silver, hello. Good evening to you as well. How's the deductive reasoning been tonight? We haven't been doing a lot of deducting. We're retracing literally every step we've made in the game. Not quite, but close to it. We're going around and re-questioning everyone, going through every single question we can ask them in hopes that we finally uncover the piece that we're missing to unlock further progress. I'm also constructing a timeline of events on the night of the murder in hopes that piecing all this together will help me understand something that I've missed. Why is this guy just dressed like Generalissimo Franco? That we do not know. I guess that's just how the parking lot attendants dress at the Robbins Trading Company. A little bit weird. Was that everything? I think we're done here. Here's another location where we have a leave this place option, but it doesn't bring up a menu at all. I feel like eventually we're gonna be able to go someplace, and this seems like it has to be relevant now that we've learned that that Henry Klein's house used to be at this location. It was the style at the time, was it though? Okay, so we're done with David Ross. He gets an X. Again, that is to denote that we've gone through this laborious process with him. Joe Carrington, up next. Joe, a very interesting guy. 52-year-old male. His age is potentially relevant because he is the one person in the game who is the same age as Henry Klein. He is married currently to Martha Carrington. He was born in Philadelphia. Blood type AB. That's a little bit interesting in the context of Bill's blood type is also AB, but I don't know if that means anything. He is a real estate agent, a certified real estate appraiser. His stepson is Dave, stepdaughter Janet. Their biological father being Henry Klein, who may also be him. His hobbies are reading mysteries. That actually is very interesting because, as we know, Henry Klein was part of the Red Tie Club, whose alleged normal purpose was to get together and talk about mystery novels. His alibi was that he was supposed to meet a customer, never showed. He said he went home at 10, but then later he was like, or maybe 11? So we're going to write that down. 10 to 11, Joe C. went home. He lived in Boston for a while, moved to Liberty 5 years ago. Stepfather to his children. His first wife died of heart disease. He told us he saw Mr. Carson around 10 and that he was in a big hurry. On the night of the murder, of course. He told us Bill was selfish and had it coming to him. He told us the Lee Cosmetics Company was having a bad time. He opposed Janet's marriage to Bill very strongly. Of his son Dave, he said that he tells me everything. Joe doesn't drive. And he also said of Martha's first husband, Henry Klein, that she doesn't like to talk about him. So let's go talk to Joe. I'm pretty sure we have not been able to arrest Joe. So, whoops, that's not the right place. Real estate. Standing in front of a small real estate firm. You notice a few posters advertising houses for sale. Can I help you? Asked the owner in a low voice. No one else is working in the small office. As you can see, I'm busy. Please make it short. Joe Carrington, 52 years old, work in real estate, blood type AB. There's my wife Martha, my daughter Janet, and my son Dave. Dysvor said, only someone who reads bad mystery novels would pull off such a convoluted crime. Hobbies. I read mysteries. Skills. I'm a certified real estate appraiser. Birthplace. Born in Philadelphia and lived in Boston for a while. I moved here 5 years ago. Whoops. Clubs. I don't like groups. I don't belong to any clubs. Ask about others. Bill Robbins. He was a selfish man. I hate to say this about my daughter's husband, but he had it coming. Martha. She's a treasure. She takes very good care of me and the kids. Edward. I can't stand arrogant bastards like him. Yes, he married Klein's ex-wife. Correct. And again, he also owned the property where Klein's house used to be. Fred Robbins. I don't know him very well. Kate. I've never spoken to her. Doug. I hear that things have been hard for the Lee Cosmetics Company since larger competitors have moved to the area. To be specific, he married Klein's widow. Correct, yes. Judy. Never met her. God. I wish these menus were consistent. Joe. Well, what do you want to know about me? I just want to know what you think of yourself. Janet. My daughter didn't do it. Dave. He's at a difficult age. Still, I think we have a good relationship. He tells me everything. Stephen. Fortunately, I'm a very healthy man. I haven't been to a doctor in years. What does he say about Klein? Unfortunately, we cannot ask him about Klein. The menu of people we can ask about is mostly limited to people who are currently alive and in town, though there are a couple people that don't appear here. Susie, don't know her. Barbara, I've only met her a couple of times. Shelley, I don't know anyone by that name. Russell, I've never had any contact with him. He claims to, of course, he claims to not know any of the other members of the Red Tie Club, except for Edward, right? I can't stand arrogant bastards like him. So they kind of have some falling out as a result of what happened in the Red Tie Club, I wonder. Let's see. Brian, don't know him. Glenn, I don't know him. I've never met him. Okay. Alibi. I'm not lying. No, I left at 10 o'clock. Or maybe it was 11. Red Tie Club. What? I haven't the faintest idea. Of course not. Liberty Bank case. I don't have anything to say. That's a very interesting way to put it. Not I don't know anything about it. I simply do not have anything to say about it. Yeah, asking about the bank case of the arson is the closest we can get to asking about Henry Klein. Did he always say that about Edward? Is that what he says after Ed gets arrested? I think he says that before. Could be wrong. Arson. I don't know anything. Life insurance? Insurance? I don't know anything about it. This statement is interesting in that the local shady real estate agent told us that Joe recently took out a fire insurance policy specifically. Which is maybe a little interesting in the context of first him possibly lying about it here, and then also like what happened with the arson 20 years ago. Pistol. I don't own a gun. We found a pistol at one point in his son Dave's closet, so that's why we're asking about that. That pistol seems to have belonged to Shelley McDonald. For some reason, it was given to Doug, and then he hid it in his closet, as far as we can tell. And then he was claiming that it was his. Marriage. I know next to nothing about Martha's previous husband. Martha doesn't like to talk about him, and I don't press the matter. So that's another case where we get a little bit of information about his thoughts on Henry Klein. But of course, it doesn't really give us anything. Automobile, I don't drive. Company status, it's going fairly well, thank you. Something else. Now that you mention it, yes, I did see Mr. Carson when I was leaving work that day. He was in a big hurry. Okay, so that was at 10 or 11. I'm just updating my notes to try to make it a little clear that when he was leaving work is when he saw Doug. I hadn't thought about the implications of Joe's green tie, especially in light of our he is Klein theory. What? What does the tie have to do with it? Oh, Dysvor said green is the opposite of red on the color wheel, so it seems like he opposes the Red Tie Club. Got it. That is kind of interesting to think about. Nancy Crush said, I actually noticed that several of the Red Tie Club members actually do wear reddish-colored ties, but I don't think they all do. Yeah, the doctor, I think, he's in his doctor outfit, so we don't see a tie. But now you got me wondering. Let's investigate that once we're done here, which might be now? Yeah. Okay. Give Joe his X, and then let's go investigate the Red Tie Club members. So first we have Edward, of course. Oops. Oh, he's arrested, so we got to go visit him in jail. Brown. Next we have Stephen. Oh, he's arrested too. Shit. I forgot about that. Yeah, we can't see a tie on him. And then the third one, aside from Henry, is Russell, who was also arrested. Oh, and he has a white bow tie. So actually none of them currently wear red ties. But yeah, Edwards you could chalk up as reddish. That's a fair take on that, I think. Read a couple comments up. Okay. I think I'm all caught up. Don't want to be too obvious. Yeah. All right. It was an interesting thought. And it does seem possible that, he was given a green tie for a specific reason. Like, I think that's a fun little detail to ponder. Okay, so up next is Martha Carrington. Martha is a 45-year-old woman, married currently to Joe Carrington, previously to Henry Klein, born in Boston, blood type A. Current family is Joe and their children, Dave and Janet. She is a freelance interior designer. I tried to hit the button to my notes here. I missed it. She also enjoys gardening, has a rose garden, does not belong to any clubs. Her alibi is that she was home all evening, and she says her husband was home at 11 p.m. Okay. So that kind of contradicted his Joe's statement that he was home at 10, but now he's saying maybe 11. Okay. So it sounds like maybe it was actually closer to 11. Previously, we've just been kind of figuring somewhere within that time frame, but it sounds like probably closer to 11. She has, quote, some artistic ability. She's been in Liberty for 5 years, allegedly. She says of Dave that he's been keeping to himself and locking himself in his room. She claims that there's no gun in this house, which I guess used to be true. Of Glenn Axworthy, she said that he's been here before, which is potentially interesting in the context of, like, we know Glenn Axworthy was in town trying to learn about Henry Klein. Jibber Jabberwocky, hello, welcome. This is live. This is all happening right now. Welcome. I hope you're doing all right tonight. My first husband worked for Liberty Bank. That being Henry Klein, of course. He worked at the bank and was the main suspect in the embezzlement. And we did eventually, it took a while, but we did eventually get confirmation from her that Henry Klein was her first husband. Yeah, it may sound like it's just last week's stream because we're going over the same stuff, but it is in fact all new. Hopefully we will learn new things. So far that I don't think has happened, but we're doing our best. So Carrington's. Bring in Martha. Oh, this is Martha. Excuse me. The person you called is standing in front of you. I'm so sorry, Martha. Is there something else I can do for you? 45 years old. Whoops. Freelance interior designer. Blood type A. Husband Joe, my son Dave, and my daughter Janet. Hobbies, gardening. I have a magnificent rose garden. Already did that. Skills. I have some artistic ability. Was born in Boston. I've been living here for 5 years now. So we know that she met Henry Klein in Boston. And we also learned that Joe Carrington lived in Boston for a while, though he was kind of vague about when that happened exactly. No clubs. So that's everything in the question menu. Bill Robbins, what can you say about a tragedy like that? I try to be a good wife and mother. Edward, do you really think it's possible? That's referring to, because we've arrested Edward, she's asking if we really think it's possible that Edward murdered Bill. Fred, I don't know him well, but I can't imagine that he would. Fred has also been arrested. Kate, she's a thoughtful woman. She helped with so many of Janet's wedding arrangements. Doug, I don't know much about him. Judy, she asked me to get involved with the Amoenis Club. It seems like a fine organization, but honestly, I'm uncomfortable in groups. I didn't join. This is interesting because I was thinking it was possibly relevant that she didn't want to join the Amoenis Club. And I was wondering if maybe we should consider more who exactly is in that club. I kind of wonder if it is... Oh, right. I had this thought last week. That maybe the Amoenis Club is somehow involved in like laundering the money from the embezzlement 20 years ago. Let's actually look through real quick to see who all is in that club. So let's see. I want to look at affiliations for everyone. So Kate is in that club. Kate's 24, so that's notable. My notes here say women's group raises money for charity. So yeah, like they could have money coming in from the embezzlement fund and then like be claiming that's money they've raised. Jabberwocky, thank you so much for flushing your coins down the toilet. As a reminder, you will not receive anything for this redemption, merely the satisfaction of having flushed your coins. We do need the money for the plumbing repairs, but thank you very much. Janet, also in the Amoenis Club. Janet's 21. I'm mentioning ages because, like that's maybe something to think about in context of like, does this have any connection to the Red Tie Club? Not a lot of people in this club. Judy, of course. Judy is the president. That's Judy Carson, wife of Doug Carson, who we talked to earlier. Is that it? There's just 3 people? So that was Judy, Janet, and Kate. I don't know what to make of that. Are all the Amoenis ladies connected to a red tie man in some way? No. Judy is not. Because Doug didn't move to Liberty City until 15 years ago, so that was 5 years after the Red Tie Club. Janet, of course, is the daughter of Henry Klein, so there's a connection. And then Kate is Edward Robbins' daughter, so that's her connection. But it is worth mentioning that Judy is the person who I think first told us about the Red Tie Club. So she was aware of it. And she comes from a wealthy family. That's like been in this area for a long time. I guess I'm saying these things because this maybe suggests there's some like non-obvious connection. I don't really know. A whole club just for playing Among Us. Yeah. Surprising back then, but been around for a long time, I suppose. Seems safe to assume Edward's wife was a member when she was alive. Yeah, that's a good point. Probably the case. Although, I don't know that we know how long this club has been around. I can't think of a case where that has ever been stated. Judy, being the president, would probably be the most likely to tell us that. President and also oldest member. Yeah, I don't have any notes about it. Okay. This game has some deep lore. Yeah, it's a lot to take in, and like this note-taking process is like essential. Like I would never get through this game without having written all this stuff down and spent so much time pondering it. Like I think you could definitely play the game by just going through and spamming all the dialogue options repeatedly, but it wouldn't be enjoyable at all. I think it would be very tedious. And I think it would also make it, like if you're not paying close attention to stuff, I think it would be hard to miss things that are extremely important. So you might be able to get to the end that way, but I don't think it'd be a great experience. Okay. So we're just asking about Judy. Let's go back to this. Michael. Never even talked to him. It's weird to me when, like, it seems like you would think these, like we have three prominent families here. The Robbins family, the Carringtons, and the Carsons. Like, these are all important, like, families for, like, business reasons. A lot of them know each other. So it's a little surprising when one of the people is like, yeah, I've never talked to this person in one of the other families. Like, it seems like surely like you might have bumped into him one time at some event or something like that. Unsecret Crush says, I don't think you could productively play by spamming because the game doesn't really keep track of key info for you. Yeah, like, but if you were really committed to spamming, like, you know, you would eventually, like, you would unlock stuff by finding that new dialogue, even if you didn't notice you found it. So then if you keep spamming stuff, you would eventually make progress. It would be a bad experience for sure. You might unlock something new that way, but unless you're paying attention to when the new menu options appear, you might never notice or realize you learned something important without notes. Exactly. 6-7 says, so you're not spamming all the dialogue options? I mean, yes, I am. To be clear, that is what we're doing here. But, we're also reviewing the information and trying to look for things we've missed, both by spamming and thinking about it further. I've tried to avoid doing this just because it seems like such a tedious process. But hopefully I'm managing to make it somewhat interesting. Intelligent spamming. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Joe Carrington. He's working today. My husband operates the home real estate agency downtown. Janet. Janet kill Bill? That's absolutely ridiculous. Again, that's a response because we did arrest Janet, even though Janet is suspicious because she took out a life insurance policy just 1 month before Bill's murder for $10 million. Also, she says that Bill asked her to do that, but we've learned from other people that Bill didn't believe in insurance, didn't approve of it. So that's all a little suspicious. Also, as we've mentioned, multiple times. Bill did suck a lot and was cheating on Janet, so she had plenty of reason to at least, be angry at him. Like it seems perfectly believable that she could have like killed him out of anger. But like at this point, with all the stuff about the past we've uncovered, I feel like this was not this was very much a premeditated murder, if it was even a murder. Like, I feel like the events were carefully planned, whatever the heck went down here, and involved multiple people. And it wasn't just some spur of the moment thing, like done out of anger or revenge or whatever. Dave, lately I've been worried about him. He's been keeping to himself a lot, locking himself in his room. I have no idea what's going on inside his head. Dave is, again, he wrote a paper on how to commit the perfect crime. He's part of like a psychology club. The night of the murder, he lied to us about where he was. He was hanging out with some friends, and he initially told us that he came straight home after hanging out with them. But I think actually his friends ratted him out. They told us that they dropped him off at Arlington College around 10 p.m. And then we also learned that he, at some point, obtained Shelley's gun from her and was hiding it in his closet. And then we also know that he was at Arlington around 2 a.m. or sometime after 2 a.m. at least, doing research for his paper on how to commit the perfect crime. So yeah, he's an interesting character. Don't know what to make of all that. Culinary asks, how's our theory about the body not being Bill doing? It's kind of where it was last week. It is still very much a theory I think is worth considering, but at this point, we have no evidence to back it up. Like at this point, my best theory about what happened is that either the Red Tie Club members plus maybe some other folks. Actually, I think best reason for motive for this line of thinking is that Bill found out something about what happened 20 years ago with the embezzlement in Henry Klein, and that was his reason for being murdered. So like the Red Tie Club people and maybe some other folks came up with this complex plan to do it, but not get caught. So that's one, I think, decent theory. And then the other theory is that this is all like a repeat of what happened 20 years ago with Henry Klein. We kind of have less of a motive with this line of thinking, but I still think it's worth considering. Yeah, I was just thinking about the whole Lee Cosmetics company financial situation. Could that be connected to this somehow? I really have no idea. That doesn't make sense to me. But yeah, like, maybe there was some other like trying to cover up who did a thing. And then, the same people are, instead of killing Bill, faking his death. But the details of why they would do that are extremely unclear. Steven. Don't know him. Barbara. She's been very kind and taken Janet under her wing. Apparently, Janet's learned a lot about the Robbins family from her. That statement is interesting to me. Like, what has she learned exactly? I had this thought last time we asked this question, but I still don't know what to make of that. It feels like this is a relevant statement. Like, this kind of comment, generally when we get something like that, like just a little tidbit that seems a little out of nowhere. Like, it seems like it's generally kind of important. I keep missing ask about others. Shelley, never met her. Ken, I don't know him. Sarah, I don't know her. Russell, don't know. Glenn Axworthy, I don't know him. Wait a minute. Yes, now I remember. He's been here before. We talked about this earlier, but again, Glenn has been in town asking about Henry Klein, trying to learn more about him. So it seems he came here to try to talk to probably Joe Carrington. But we don't know if he learned anything. I would assume that has something to do with Bill not being a Blood Robbins. Yeah, that probably is likely. But like beyond that, I don't know. Is that everything? Oh, we got that whole menu to go. Okay. Alibi. I was home all evening. My husband came in at about 11 o'clock. I'm gonna underline 11 on our 10 to 11 range here. Red Tie Club. My first husband was a member of the Red Tie Club. A Moanist Club. That's the charity organization that Mrs. Carson chairs. Liberty Bank case. Actually, my first husband worked for Liberty Bank. I just had a thought, thing about the whole Amonis Club and like my money laundering theory, and then how Doug Carson needed money to get his business out of trouble. What if, and we were told that he was resorting to some shady dealings in order to get the money he needed. So what if the Amonis Club and or the embezzlement funds was somehow being used for that? I don't know that holds up very well, but it seems like a possibility. Like, I guess I don't know what the arrangement would be. Like, we give you some money and then you owe us a favor kind of thing, maybe. You think he re-embezzled the embezzled money from his wife's charity or something? I mean, I don't know exactly what I'm suggesting here. I'm just kind of tossing out ideas that seem like a possibility. Also, Red Tie Club is an anagram for direct lube. This is all making sense now. Thank you for that important information, Derek Ironbutt. Charity could theoretically be used to launder money. Yeah. Like, I think that's, like, in an extremely vague sense, that is a thing worth considering. Okay. Where were we? Liberty Bank case. Oh, she said, actually, my first husband worked for Liberty Bank, which we did find out elsewhere. Arson at Klein's house. The name of my first husband was Henry Klein. Life insurance. I know nothing about it. Pistol. There's no pistol in this house. Marriage. My first husband lived in this town briefly, a long time ago. Something else. No, nothing at all. Excuse me. And that's Martha Carrington complete. This is gonna maybe take the entire stream to go through all of this, and God, I hope it gets us somewhere. Oh, up next is the last person we encountered in the game, Mike Rockman. Age 34, male, born in Santa Cruz, blood type O, has a wife and 2 daughters. He's an insurance agent for the local shady insurance company. He's part of the Insurance Agents Association. His hobbies are drinking and talking about his hippie days. His alibi is that he was out of town on business. He came back in town at 11 and slept at the office. Xenolon says, gotta call it a night, but I swear if I miss the stream where you solve this, I'm going to be bummed. Good night, Xenolon. I'm not going to say that I'll try not to solve it, but like, you'll probably be fine. I feel like it's optimistic of me to hope that we can solve this next week. You know, anything could happen, but we'll see. Thanks for hanging out regardless, and I hope you sleep well. And I'm glad you're enjoying the recap, Dice 4. Skills are swimming. He told us that Janet got life insurance a month ago. He told us, that Edward was talking with someone near the church the night of the murder. So that's the information we got that tells us that Edward was most likely with Russell Thorpe near the church, probably around 11-ish. I believe, like, according to Edward, he was with Russell at Russell's house, but we're pretty positive that Russell was in the vicinity of the graveyard and church, and then later Arlington College. And it seems pretty certain that Ed was with him. Mike also told us that Ed doesn't believe in insurance. He told us that Doug was trying to get insurance. Also that his company's Eau de Citrus perfume bombed. Michael Carson took out a family policy. Joe Carson was interested in a fire protection policy. He told us that Janet was fishy is all I wrote down, and I double underlined it, presumably because of the whole insurance situation. He told us that Dr. Beckett took out a life insurance policy benefiting Susie McNally, and that he also likes Sarah's music. Again, Sarah being the piano player at the Hungry Fisherman. So let's go question him. So he is at his business, Heart Safe Insurance. You're standing in front of a shabby building at the end of a dark, narrow alley. Look around. The filthy sign on the door reads, Heart Safe. What is it? Asks a seedy-looking man. Look around. The small office contains just a desk, a chair, and stacks of papers. Say hello. Look, mister, whatever your name is, I'm working my butt off trying to make this business work. The way I see it, you're just wasting my time. Question. Mike Rockman. 34 years old. Insurance agent. Blood type O. Family. Wife and 2 daughters. Hobbies. I like to toss down a few cold ones. That's what I like to do every time I go to the home of a person that's been arrested. And reminisce about my hippie days. Skills. I swim the same way I drink, like a fish. Yep. I was born in Santa Cruz. Clubs. I belong to the Insurance Agents Association. Bill Robbins. I read about in the papers like everyone else. We live in a terrible world. What am I supposed to do about it? Random question. Is J.B. Harold from this town, or was he transferred in to solve this crime? He definitely wasn't transferred in for this crime. He was the partner of Judd Gregory, who was working on the case. Yeah, they were definitely partners. I'm pretty sure. I'm opening the manual to review the background. Let's see. DOSBox, murder. Where's the manual? There it is. I'm not going to bother to put this on screen. Okay, in Murder Club, you take the role of hardworking, no-nonsense police detective J.B. Harold. You've just found out that your partner, Judd Gregory, has suffered a heart attack and has left this city's most baffling murder investigation in your hands. Great. Just what you needed right before your vacation. Well, guess you'll just have to put your plans for those 2 relaxing weeks in Button Willow on the back burner. Bill Robbins, a prominent businessman in town, has been offed. Everyone knows he was no angel. Between his ruthless business tactics and rumored infidelity, he was certainly no candidate for most popular citizen. Where should you start? Better call Catherine at the office and have her get out the extra strength aspirin and put on a pot of strong coffee. It looks like it might be a while before you see the light at the end of this tunnel. Gosh, and then we have a letter from Judd Gregory. I honestly wonder if I should read this. I'm going to read it just in case there's something that's worth reviewing here. His partner needed heart-safe insurance. Indeed. Elvish Cat, hello. Great to see you. It's going pretty good. I am struggling with the game, but I'm enjoying it still. So there's that. And some people are enjoying the recap of everything. So hopefully we'll make some progress. I hope you're doing well. So this is our letter from Judd Gregory. Dear JB, God has finally forced this stubborn old fool to take a rest. Lying here in this hospital bed, I finally realized that there comes a point in everyone's life, and I mean everyone's, when it's time to call it quits. Even a guy like me who swore he'd never stop chasing criminals, no matter how old he got. So I've made up my mind to say goodbye to the detective life. Yes, JB, this is it for me. That is, except for the murder case I just started on. I can't let go of this case that easily. It has to be solved. As you know, the murder of Bill Robbins doesn't seem to be the piece of cake Lieutenant Tyler said it was. It's been 10 days now since Robin was killed. We found information we wanted. 10 days ago. But the investigation has not progressed one bit. There's a voice in the back of my mind telling me that we can't afford to be careless. There's something fishy about this whole case. One thing's for sure. We're not going to solve it unless we make an all-out effort and investigate everything thoroughly. And then 3 more times after that. No doubt about it. That was my interjection there. No doubt about it. What is needed here is a detective with great powers of deduction. Someone who just won't give up. In fact, this is a case for none other than you, JB. Just consider it the last request of an old buddy about to retire. I've already notified Lieutenant Tyler of my decision to put you on the case. He doesn't seem to be terribly pleased with the idea, but it appears that, as a gesture of gratitude, he will give in to my wishes one last time. It doesn't matter why Tyler does it, just so long as he puts you on this case. I know you're the man to solve the mystery behind the death of Bill Robbins. It's strange to think that I've become nostalgic about those summer afternoons cooped up in that musty record room among heaps of documents. I even miss those long interrogation sessions that didn't yield a single clue. So relatable. I guess that detective work is in my blood. Even in this hospital bed, all I can think about is this damn murder investigation. Say hi to Charlie in the crime lab for me. That guy has really helped me out over the years. Even when I asked the impossible, he always came through with that key bit of information, and never a complaint. Would you also thank Don Amberson, the head DA? No, it's no mistake. I am talking about the stubborn prosecutor whose arm we always had to twist to get search or arrest warrants. I've actually come to appreciate all those times he poured cold water on our hot-headed hunches and made us reinvestigate a case more objectively. So if you run into him, be sure to convey my heartfelt gratitude. Finally, don't forget to say thank you to Catherine Wright for all she's done for us. There's probably no one who knows better than you what that woman did to turn that depressing, dreary office into a sunny and cheerful place. Just a word of advice. Solving a murder case can be like going through an endless desert in search of a single drop of water. You reach an oasis after you've walked and walked, only to find that it's a mirage once again. The drop of water you need in this case is the truth behind the Bill Robbins murder. Don't get discouraged. It's got to be out there somewhere. Thank you, Judd. Don't allow yourself to be fooled by the lies of the murderer. Just keep your mind on the facts. You are the one person who can reach the real oasis. So do it for me. Make this old man happy. Remember, I believe in you, and I'm waiting to hear about this case, that this case has been solved. Take care of yourself, JB. You know, you're the best partner a man ever had. Judd Gregory. P.S. One last thing. I really want to keep track of the investigation. I know it's a lot to ask, but could you keep notes as you go along and send me a summary once you've solved the case? Just by reading those notes, I'll be able to feel like a participant, even from this hospital bed. Thanks in advance for everything. Okay. So wholesome. At least we got one tiny piece of probably not very important information out of reading all that. Okay, back to the questioning of Mike Rockman. Martha Carrington, never met her. Edward Robbins, the jerk wouldn't buy insurance from me. How rude of a person to not simply buy the thing you want to sell them. Said he doesn't believe in insurance. I've never met him. There's probably going to be a lot of people he doesn't know. Doug, he's the president of the Lee Cosmetics Company. He's trying to get insurance from us. I guess their fancy new Eau de Citrus perfume is a real bomb. Michael Carson, he took out a policy for his family. He's a real family man. Joe, the guy at Home Real Estate? I know him. He took out a fire protection policy. Again, a very curious and specific thing. Janet, yeah, I know the lady. She's got a policy with us. It's kind of fishy that the lady just signed the papers and boom, her old man drops dead. You bet we're looking into it. Stephen, Dr. Beckert bought insurance here. It was a life insurance policy, and the beneficiary was Susie McNally. Never met Susie, though. Ken Scott, he's the owner of the Hungry Fisherman, right? That's it. Sarah, sure, I know her. I really like her music. Don't know them. I just had the thought as we asked about Sarah once again that maybe this is a reason for Bill to have faked his death. Maybe someone found out that he assaulted Sarah. Again, zero evidence to support this. I'm just kind of like mentally going through information we have to see if there's anything that would support it. Yeah. I also noticed that he has a green tie. Were lime green ties popular back then? My guess would be that it's meant to be a darker green than we can actually see in EGA, but who knows? Okay, so that's all the people. Ask for information. Alibi. The day of the murder, I went out of town on business and came back at about 11 o'clock. I was too tired to drive home, so I just slept here in the office. I'm going to make a note of this, even though it's not super important. 11. Well, it doesn't seem super important. Mike R. got back, slept in office. I definitely wish I had more space in this section of the timeline, but that's okay. We'll figure it all out. I feel like it represents money, the green. Could be. We were talking earlier about how there's a red tie club that existed 20 years ago, and there's one guy in particular that is maybe one of the members of that under a new identity. So it would be kind of interesting if his tie was like the opposite color of red now, because he does have a green tie. Drinking club. It's just an excuse for snooty rich kids to get together and get smashed. So he told us his hobby is drinking. But he didn't tell us that he's in the drinking club. Just double checking on that. Salt It Downs Hill. I never heard of it. What are you asking me for? That's a great question. Life insurance. Mrs. Robbins came in to sign the contract about a month ago. She said everything seemed to be in order. Company status. Business is slow, but I'm doing all right. Something else. Hey, wait. I saw Mr. Robbins that night. No, not the victim. His father. It was kind of late, and he was walking with someone near the church. Okay. So there's our very clear statement that Edward Robbins was near the church. I wish we could find someone that knew more about this. It's so frustrating that we can't. So this is another kind of late. We previously had a thing that happened at a late hour, and now we have kind of late. My assumption here is that this is around 11 p.m., which is about when I believe Thorpe and Robbins and Beckert were all together in this area. Oh, wait. He said he saw... Okay. He got back around 11. So it had to have been before 11. Or around 11. So I'm going to make a note about that. So saw Mike R. Saw Ed R. with someone. Thank you for the follow. Great to have you here. Near the church. Okay. Okay. That looks like a Mike P. That's not correct. I'm a Mike P. This is a Mike R. Something else. So we're done here. It's interesting that we always have this bring in person, even in places where we never use it. I don't know what to make of that. But we're done with Mike Rockman, and oh my gosh, Maple Mystery. Hello. Great to see you all once again. Welcome back to Murder Club. I hope you're having a great Crimson Tuesday. You might have a familiar experience to last week if you were here, because we are once again simply reviewing everything in the game in a more methodical approach this time. We're going through literally every dialogue option that is currently available in the game, hoping to find the one little bit of dialogue that we have unlocked that's new to us. And I'm also taking the time to review all my notes. I'm constructing a timeline of events the night of the murder. If anyone has missed all of the streams, we're playing a game called Murder Club, originally released in '86 and then released in North America for DOS in '89. We're investigating the murder of Bill Robbins, a local businessman and adulterer who lots of people hated for various reasons. And we're just trying to figure out what the heck happened. It's all very complex, but if you'll hang out for a bit, I'm sure you'll start to get an understanding of things, because I frequently repeat stuff. But hello, Mousimus, Galara Dragon, Arabello, Gomansama. Great to see you all. Let me give Maple a shout out. If anyone is not following Julia Minamata, she is a fantastic streamer and game developer working on a game called The Crimson Diamond, which is very much inspired by the Colonel's Bequest. And I'm very, very excited for. There's a demo on Steam if you follow the link there to thecrimsondiamond.com. And I'm excited to eventually play it. And I hope you all are too. Her streams are also great. She does pixel art and plays a variety of EGA games. So you're still on Altered Destiny. I hope that's continuing to go well. Just pulled out a walkthrough for Altered Destiny. Fantastic. And I'm glad you appreciate my thoroughness. It has absolutely been essential to be thorough playing this game, I think. Eden Waith. No pressure in completing this game tonight, but if you don't, you'll be punished severely by having to use Windows ME. Hi. You're welcome for the shout out. I'm going to also give Galara a shout out. I was kind of slacking off on shout outs earlier because shout outs were broken, but I think everything's actually fine now. Galara, also a fantastic streamer, currently playing The Curse of Monkey Island. It's always a lovely time over there. She often plays Scrabble, a very old Scrabble game that's pretty neat. And shoot, what's that murder mystery game you play? Where like you can enter the names of the various people and then you have to go around and find the killer. Thank you for that follow a minute ago. Should upgrade my Scrabble time. No, never. Keep it. It's great. Okay. Speaking of Monkey Island, I came across an in-depth blog post about the EGA and VGA graphics of The Secret of Monkey Island. Interesting. I grew up with the Mac version of that, which is a weird one. I'm pretty sure it's based off the EGA graphics, but the LucasArts Mac ports had this graphics smoothing option, because the Mac was like high resolution for the time. It was like double the pixels of like your standard PC. So they came up with this way of smoothing out the graphics to make it look higher resolution. It was kind of hit or miss. Like in some areas it looked really great, but in other areas it kind of like obscured the intentions of the art. But later games let you turn that off with a secret command, but Monkey Island did not let you do that, which is kind of a bummer. But I enjoyed it regardless. Sleuth, thank you. Yes. The murder mystery game that Galara plays with chat. Yeah, that's always a lot of fun. Similar to Clue, but the characters in the game can be your friends or anyone you want. Right. Okay. So here I have some notes about Henry Klein. We'll review that real quick. He was 32 years of age 20 years ago, brown eyes, skinny and nondescript in appearance. That extremely vague and almost useless description came from current president, I think, of the local bank. He moved to Liberty from Boston 20 years ago, and shortly after that was suspected of embezzling funds from the bank where he worked. And then died in a fire. But we think he's still alive. So for folks that just came in, we have these printouts from the manual that I've been taking notes on. We're currently going through everyone's character sheet, reviewing the notes I have so far, and then we're going back to question them to ask all the current questions we have in the game, which are basically the same questions we've had all along, but occasionally one of those questions will give us some new information. And based on how things have been going, I'm pretty sure there's like one little tidbit I'm missing somewhere that we need to find to be able to make further progress in the game. Either that, or maybe I'm soft locked and just don't know it. I really have no idea if that's a possibility or not. But it does seem possible. Kaonera says, had to head out to an appointment. Have we finished the recap yet? Absolutely not. We're still doing it. Honestly, I feel like we're maybe a third of the way through going through all these characters. It's maybe it's half. It might be half. I think we're about halfway there. Actually, maybe even more than that. I'm just trying to feel the difference between these two stacks of paper. We're doing all right. We'll get there. We still haven't found any new dialogue, I don't think. But I'm sure we'll get there. Galara says it's from 8486 and has remarkable replay value. It's a hoot every time. Lovely Cedric emote. Is that your emote? No. Oh, the flaming bee. Of course, of course. Is this the top-down ASCII sleuth where you go from room to room trying to figure out the murder? Yeah, I think so. That sounds like it to me. I've only very rarely encountered anyone who's heard of it. Yeah, that is surprising. Played it as a kid. Nice. Never seen so much paperwork for a game. Yeah, it's a lot. Oh, actually, I switched away, but we still want to look at this screen here. So we have, I want to say, like, I don't know, around 20 different characters that we have listed on these sheets. And then we also have a coroner's report. It's a combination coroner's report and, like, police report. So Glenn Axworthy is up next. He's a 40-year-old male, married, born in Hawaii, blood type AB. Again, that is the blood type of Bill Robbins as well. Family, wife, and 3 kids. His occupation is that he travels wherever. His hobby is travel. His original alibi was that he was in his room the entire night. However, we later learned that he was out past 2 a.m., but, quote, just took a walk. You know, everybody was out taking a walk the night of the murder. You know, normal stuff at 2 a.m. He told us, quote, I always make money when I go to the racetrack. Of the Robbins Trading Company, he said, I haven't done anything. Interesting thing to say. When we asked him about the assault of Sarah Shields, he said, I don't know. And the, like, bit of a stutter there is kind of interesting. Like, makes it seem like maybe he does know something. He was working for the Robbins Trading Company 20 years ago at the time of the incident. I assume that's referring to the arson in particular. He went to see Edward Robbins to ask about Henry Klein, and he was sent to Bill's office instead. And Bill was surprised to hear about Klein and wanted to know more about him. And then later, Bill went to Glenn's hotel room the next day. And then we eventually learned that Glenn, 20 years ago, carried the body of who he thought was Klein to Klein's house and then set the house on fire. And this was done at the request of Edward Robbins, head of the company he worked for, Robbins Trading Company. So yeah, let's go talk to him. Oh, he's one of our people that's been arrested. So we can't do the full questioning of him. But we will go see him and see what he has currently to say. Glenn Axworthy. Now, let me catch up on chat here a little. Galara said, fantastic. I used to populate the house with Picard, Riker, LaForge, etc., as well as Minnie, Mickey, Goofy. Now the suspects are all volunteers from chat. That's great. Kingdom Hearts 0.1. Yes. Okay, so here's Glenn Axworthy in his lovely camo shirt. Let's get his deposition. I went to see Edward Robbins. I wanted to ask him about Henry Klein. When I asked for Mr. Robbins, though, the secretary sent me into Bill Robbins' office. That's how I met Bill. Bill was really surprised to hear about Klein. The day after I met Bill, he came to visit me in my hotel room and asked me for every detail I knew about Klein. That's all. So let's see. Let's show him his relevant evidence, which would be the newspaper clipping. I helped carry the body, he says. Gosh, was that it? I don't think there's anything else here he would have anything to say about. I'm just kind of spamming options to make sure. Okay. And then for each of these, he sometimes gives us a little more info. 20 years ago, I carried the body to Klein's house and then set fire to the house. I did it because Edward Robbins asked me to. I didn't do anything else, he says. Oh, please believe me. I didn't kill anybody. I am inclined to believe him. Okay. So that's everything we can get out of Glenn right now. I will not give him an X since we're not able to fully question him. If we still haven't made progress by the end of tonight, we can always back up before we arrested him so that we can interrogate him more thoroughly. I do hope that isn't necessary. So up next is Rod Larrick, 60-year-old male, married, born in Liberty City. I assume that means he's lived here his whole life. Blood type A, has a wife, a daughter, and a son. He owns Larrick's store. He's in the local bowling league. His hobbies include fishing at Liberty River, which is near the Hungry Fisherman. I've talked about Liberty River a couple times in the past. Mostly, I wonder if it might possibly be relevant. We have a couple people that are into fishing. I don't know. There's very little there. It's just a thing I keep pondering. He says he closed the store at 8 and was home by 9. I don't have any reason to suspect this guy at this point. He's just a guy who reported a theft to us of a knife. And I think he's more of a source of information. He says, quote, "No one can beat me at 5-card stud." He told us about the knife being stolen 2 to 3 days before the murder. Let's write that down on our list of unsorted dates here. Knife stolen 2 to 3 days before murder. He told us Bill would hurt others for money, and he went to high school with Ed. He told us that Brian Ayler was, quote, buying like there's no tomorrow. Brian, again, is a struggling writer who stole a white Ford because he was desperate for money. Allegedly, Bill Robbins is the one that paid him for that. Of the Red Tie Club, he said they wore red ties to meetings 20 years ago, and they were mystery novel fanatics. He drives a brown station wagon. He told us that Janet seemed sad for a newlywed. The whole situation with Janet and Bill is kind of interesting and odd. Like they were only married for 6 months before he was murdered. It kind of seems like he was cheating on her the entire time. The wheels are turning here. So we already know that Bill used to live in New York. He married a woman there, spent all her money, and then left her. And then she shot herself. And this is from the coroner/police report. With his business venture failing, he returned home for good. So like he's struggled with, making money on his own. So then he came and married Janet. Did he do that for money as well? So Janet is married to Janet is married to Bill, obviously. Janet is the daughter of Henry Klein. But Bill didn't know about Henry Klein until recently. Like, there's something fishy about their marriage, right? Like, she was never happy the whole time. It didn't seem like he cared much about her. Multiple people strongly objected to this marriage. But, like, I can't make sense of a reason for him to have, like, done this for money. Like, it hasn't been suggested that Joe Carrington is known to be a particularly wealthy guy. So, like, I don't know that, going after money makes sense. And also, like, Bill was off on his own for a while, but now he works at his dad's company, who is like, that's like the biggest business in town. His dad is extremely successful. And he was the acting CEO of the company when he was murdered. So, like, I don't know. I don't get it. There's something fishy here, but it doesn't add up. Is the river a place you can visit? No. It's mentioned when we're at the Hungry Fisherman that it is nearby. Did anyone say why they objected? Not in clear terms. Joe Carrington strongly objected, but I don't think it was ever made super clear other than he doesn't like Bill. It mostly amounts to people didn't like Bill. I don't know that Barbara or Fred necessarily objected to the wedding, but they also hated Bill. Anyway. Back to Rod Lyric. Janet was sad for a newlywed. That's what took us off on that tangent. Susie, he said, you'd think someone broke her heart, which, we now know is the case. Like, she was involved with Bill when he died. She at some point learned that he was a bad person. It's not entirely clear if she knew that during their relationship or found that out after. And Rod also told us that the vacant lot where the arson took place is what became the current parking lot. So let's go talk to Rod. Let's also do a save. 33. I'm just checking this. I don't think any of these numbers have changed, which makes sense because we haven't done anything. The store. Lyric store. You're standing in front of the store. There's a sign on the door reading Lyrics Store. Welcome, calls the owner from behind the cash register. Look around. The shelves are packed with food and housewares. Say, hello, can I help you? Yes, I'm going to barrage you with questions. 60 years old. Own this store here. Blood type A. Have a wife, daughter, and a son. Like to go fishing down at Liberty River. When me and the boys get together, there's no one who can beat me at 5-card stud. Birthplace. I was born in this town. Clubs. Does a bowling league count? Sure does. Ask about others. Bill Robbins. Edward Robbins' oldest boy? I hate to speak ill of the dead, but he was the kind of man who wouldn't think twice about hurting others if he could profit from it. Martha. Don't know her. Edward. He's a big man in this town. We went to high school together. He was top of his class. A real hard worker. Fred. Sorry, don't know him. Kate. She's a regular. Comes in all the time, and she always has a smile on her face. He loves to speak ill of the living. Doug. Yes, he's the president of the Lee Cosmetics Company. Judy. Don't know her very well. Michael. No, I don't know Kate's husband. Joe, I don't think I've ever met him, which seems a little weird. Like, this seems like a store that most locals would have been to at some point. But we do know that Joe is a recluse, so he doesn't leave the house a lot. Janet shops here sometimes. I always thought she looked kind of sad for a newlywed. Dave, sorry, I don't know him. Excuse me. Stephen, I went to him once for a medical examination. He's a really good doctor. Susie, that's the nurse working in Dr. Beckert's clinic. Recently, the poor thing looks terrible. You'd think someone broke her heart. Barbara, that's the Robbins family housekeeper. Shelley, don't know her. Ken, the name doesn't ring a bell. Sarah, who? No, I don't know her. Russell, I just know that he owns the Gaslight movie theater. Brian Ayler, that's the struggling writer who lives in an apartment building down the street. He's always boasting about this and that, but never seems to be doing anything. I guess things are looking up for him, though. He's been buying like there's no tomorrow. And Glenn, don't know him. Alibi, I closed the store at 8 o'clock, as always. Did some scrubbing up. I was home by 9. So we have on our timeline here, Rod L, closed store, home by 9 p.m. Red Tie Club. Mystery novel fanatics, wasn't it? They wore red ties to their meetings for no reason I could figure out. Yes, it must have been 20 years ago. Liberty Bank case. That's all anybody around here could talk about for weeks. The money was never found, and eventually people stopped talking. Just think, all that money out there somewhere. Arson. After the house burned down, it became a vacant lot, but recently it's been paved over and turned into a Robbins Trading Company parking lot. Automobile. I drive a brown station wagon. Knife. Yes. It disappeared 2 or 3 days before the murder. And when I heard that Bill Robbins was stabbed, I got real worried. Something else. No, nothing out of the ordinary. Okay. And that's it for Rod Lyric. It is now midnight, and I could use a break. Up next is going to be my favorite, Alan Weiss. Mostly I like him because it's hard to not do a voice when I'm reading his dialogue. He is a friend of Molly, who we haven't talked to yet today. She works at the Gaslight movie theater. And also Dave Carrington, who we haven't talked to today, but we have talked about quite a bit. But when I get back from break, we'll go talk to Alan and review his notes. And God, I hope we get somewhere. It keeps running through my head. Like, what if I still have not gotten anywhere tonight? If I still haven't gotten anywhere tonight, I guess I need to possibly replay the entire game off stream to figure out what the heck I'm missing. I'm scared. I hope we get somewhere, but I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. We got a lot of chat here. So just as I was going for break, Silver asked, "Are we sure you're missing something?" To which I replied, "Yes, there's no way to progress." Dicevor asked, "What does the writer write about?" We have a book title. Disco Inferno, Dancing with the Devil in the Pale Moonlight. That is the one thing we know that he has written. That's kind of all we've got. Elvish Cat says, I guess think about the punishing nature of how games of this era are programmed, but I'm curious for you to crack it. Yeah, me too. Kyle in Error says, have you painstakingly asked every question multiple times yet? I remember that you needed to do that in some cases. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we're doing here is we're going through all these questions we've asked people before and looking for new information to pop up. I don't think it's worth spamming each one multiple times today. Like, we've asked all these questions before, so like if there's more information to be gotten out of any of them, we should see that pop up today just by asking each one a single time. I hope I'm not wrong about that. Silver says, I meant more, is it something like that the game somehow expects you to make a logic leap rather than us learn something? Yeah, like that's a valid question to ask. But like there's literally nothing that I've been able to find that I can do right now. We know we need to interrogate people further. We know there's still evidence we're missing. And like I've gone through all the options for like doing those things multiple times. So I don't know what else I could do in the game to make any type of progress other than what we're doing here today, which is going through all these dialogue options again. Trying to read that book on the break screen. Something like BIOUBT. Oh, I'm going to go back to the screen for a moment to refresh my memory, and then I'll tell you. Okay, so there's a stack of games there. You can see a little bit here. Okay, so on the left most side of this pile of games is a Infocom game. It's kind of made to be a little generic, but Zork probably. It's actually thicker than I think a Zork box would have been, but then we have Gabriel Knight 2, The Beast Within, of course. And then the one you're asking about is Colonel's Bequest, which is mostly hidden by my camera here. And then there's a stack of floppy disks that are modeled after my Zork disk. Thank you for asking. My Friday streams have different, there's a daytime version of that graphic with different games on it. I actually can't remember which ones they are right now. I think King's Quest 3 is the one that's the most visible. And then what's the one in the middle? Oh, I think it's Space Quest 2. And then Zork again in the back. Thank you, Kyle. I'm glad you appreciate it. And yeah, just to be clear, I did draw all that art myself. Also did my portrait that I used for my avatar. And the stream graphics are all like the camera and notepad frame are based on Mac OS, but hand-drawn by me. Oh, Dicevor asked an interesting question, wondering if you have to ask questions twice within the same conversation. That is an interesting thought. Mm. That's a thing to think about. I'll try to keep that in mind going forward. I don't think that is necessary. Like, I feel like there's been times where I guess I don't know for sure. Yeah. I don't know for sure. Thank you, Silver. Yes, I did do a pixel portrait of Silver when we did a co-stream a while back. Connor says, I have good ideas for things that I can't express using graphic software. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I definitely, I spent many, many years practicing my skills to get to a place where I'm happy with the results. It takes a lot of work. Okay, so what are we doing? Alan Weiss. 20-year-old male, born in Liberty City, blood type A, lives with his parents and older sister. He is in college and works at the Big Burger. He's not in any clubs. His hobbies are jamming surf tunes with the guys. Hell yes. His alibi is that he got off at 3, picked up Molly and Dave, cruised downtown, and then was home before midnight. Additional notes: excellent bass player, drives an orange Fiesta. Nice. Dave had, quote, something to do at Arlington at 10 p.m. And he told us about the Lee Cosmetics company no paying employees. And he goes to the Hungry Fisherman. No paying employees. I guess they haven't been paying their employees at all. Yeah, I don't quite remember that. That's why I'm kind of like trying to make sure I understand my note here. Okay, so hopefully we can get a rerun of that information when we go back and talk to him again, which we will do now. Leave scene and go to the Big Burger. I love this building. You're standing in front of a back alley hamburger joint. It really doesn't look like a back alley hamburger joint, but I'll take their word for it. Nothing unusual catches your eye. Hi there. How about trying our amazing new triple cheeseburger or perhaps a tasty chocolate bopper for dessert? To suggest a cheerful young man behind the counter. I would love to order a chocolate bopper, please. The restaurant is jammed with groups of teenagers and parents with small kids. Hey, guy, I haven't done anything. This is just a Bop's Big Boy. Random question. What physical evidence do you currently have again? We can go review that real quick. In the crime lab, we have earrings. They're made of silver and look expensive. The initials SM are written on them. There are no bloodstains or fingerprints. I know you weren't asking for all these descriptions, but we might as well take the time to go through them since we're here. Those are the initials of Susie McNally. Contract. It's a life insurance policy issued by the HeartSafe Insurance Company. The policyholder was Bill Robbins, and the beneficiary is his wife, Janet. It entitles her to $10 million. Wouldn't I love a part of that? Res Mason, hello. Happy belated October to you as well. I don't think it's really belated. It's still October. This is the same murder. We are still playing Murder Club. It's been a challenge. Musician working at a burger joint. Realistic. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah, I can leave this open for a second. I'll take a sip of... I'll use this moment to share some wonderful news with everyone today. This is, of course, a Bundaberg ginger beer. Not sponsored, but willing to be. I went to Target today, and Bundaberg is back in stock. It was out of stock there for a while. I had to go to a different location. I do have 2 other local sources of Bundy, but I was a little nervous after having lost one of them. But it's back in stock. They had so many bottles of it. It's not the cheapest place to get it, but it is reasonably priced. And it is the most convenient for me. So that's the main reason I was so excited. Let me know when you're done on Secret Crush. So confess this line of questioning is from skimming the Turbo CD version's walkthrough and seeing some unfamiliar item names. Sure. Australian beverages. Yes. Guava Bundo Forever? Interesting. I have no idea if this is useful. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're probably missing some evidence, but I have spammed every possible search warrant request option. So we have all the search warrants I can currently get. Certainly at the end of stream today, we'll try that process again if we still haven't figured anything out. And then I have gone through all the locations we currently have warrants for and checked every room very methodically. So if we're missing something, I don't know how to get that. I feel like my assumption is that we need to talk to someone to get some key piece of dialogue to learn about a new location. Like, I feel like we must be close to learn that there's a new area in the parking lot or the church. That's my best guess. And then we might also learn something that lets us find a new item at the places we've already have access to. If you're interested, I can tell you a location where one such item might be found, but no idea if you would have unlocked it, if it even exists in this version. Not right now. Like, I'm committed to this process. We're so far into it. But if we get to the end of it and still got nowhere, then perhaps I will keep this in mind. Thank you. It's really like the guava flavor of Bundy. Yeah, I haven't had it. The ginger beer is the only one that I have been able to find anywhere. I know there's some other flavors that can be had without too much difficulty. Like, I think I would have to order them online. But then there's other flavors that you can't even order online in the US, which is a bummer. Well, control Fing for the one item. I also saw at least two other unfamiliar items. I know we've only found 75% of the items in the game. So we're missing a lot. Let's continue. Wig. This is a blonde, long-haired wig. There's nothing special about it. No blood, no prints. Make my own Bundaberg? Or make my own evidence? Both interesting options to consider. Letter. It's a letter addressed to SM, my love. It starts off, "What do you see in a man like him?" And goes on to say, "I'm the only one who really loves you, and I would kill for you." The letter was written by Fred Robbins, and that was written to Susie McNally, who he was interested in. Yes? Okay, good. Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate it. Also, regarding the blonde wig, that belonged to Susie McNally as well. She would wear that when she went out with Bill Robbins, so she could look like his secretary who had long blonde hair. Just, I guess, to make it less obvious that they were having an affair. Pistol. It's a .22 caliber Derringer pistol, the type of gun generally used for personal protection. Shots had been fired from it. The plural there is notable. We know that this gun belonged to Shelley, we believe her sister used it to shoot herself. But this plural is perhaps meant to suggest that it has been used again since then. The fingerprints found on it belong to Shelley McDonald and Dave Carrington. And those multiple sets of fingerprints are interesting too. Like, the fact that Dave ended up with the gun kind of suggests that Shelley was trying to get rid of it as though it were evidence or something, maybe. And that Dave was, trying to hide it for her. But we really don't know what's going on there at this point. Still love that you needed this guy to analyze the letter, proving you are indeed illiterate. Yeah. Riz Mason says, I'm doing Inktober for the first time this year. You draw all the time, so technically every October is an Inktober to you, huh? I've never, I definitely don't draw every day. But yeah, certainly I draw a lot. I do feel like participating in an event like that would be a very different thing for me, but I've never felt compelled to. But I hope you have an enjoyable time with it. Did Homestar-tober once? What is that? I've never heard of this. Is that where you draw Homestar every day? Scarf. It's a silk scarf. We found traces of type AB blood on it. This scarf was found in Shelley's house. And the type AB blood is interesting. That is Bill's blood type. Again, there are a few other people in the game that have that blood type. I feel like it's been kind of suggested by the game that this belonged to Shelley's sister, Dorothy. And this was maybe from when she shot herself. But I don't think that's ever made clear. Don't know. Came up on my Tumblr feed. Various Homestar cues. I did a bunch of pixel art for it. Nice. That's great. Now that I think about it, that would be kind of fun to do a pixel art a day thing. I mean, I know people do that for like Inktober or whatever, but I haven't ever thought about that too much. I have been really wanting to do more color pixel art. And I've been doing so much monochrome stuff for the World Builder game, but okay. Knife. It's a butcher knife with a narrow blade. It's about the same size as the murder weapon. We found traces of type AB blood. Again, Bill's blood type. This was found in Bill's house, which is weird. But at this point, we don't know what to make of this. I almost suspect this was a red herring or something, but I really don't know. Antigua Crest says, every artist I know who starts doing Inktober or similar ends up bailing eventually. Yeah, I'm sure it's a lot to keep up with. Making some art is better than none, I guess. Yeah, for sure. Silver, respectfully, no. While I would love to help out everyone who wish they had an artist to do stuff for their projects, like definitely doing stuff for someone else's project is very, very different than doing it for your own enrichment. I used to be a person who could not say no, but I have learned the hard way that I need to say no sometimes. I'm very good at it now. Dicevor said, I'm just going to assume that NASA killed this guy because he figured out the Earth is flat. I'm going to make a bunch of YouTube videos about it without looking at any evidence. Maybe a pixel art thing a week for yourself. Yeah. I'm not going to worry about it too much right now, but certainly once I'm done with the World Builder game, I would like to make up excuses to do more pixel art. Okay, knife, bones, JB. Where on earth did you get these? They're human bones. The man these bones belong to was shot through the right leg, as evidenced by the perfect little hole in this tiny bone. Ah, yes, done. Yeah, it'll be done. Damn it. Maybe this year. God, I hope it gets done this year. Oh God, it's so close to the end of the year. So close to the end of the year. Which will we finish first? World Builder game or Murder Club? This is a great and troubling question to ponder. I genuinely have no idea, and I'm scared to think of what the answer might be. Also remember to see if there's a way to release the folks you arrested. Yeah. Yeah, we've tried to look into that before. I don't know how we would even do it. We have less than 90. Silver, stop telling me these things. I don't need to know this. There's like several months until next year at this point. Everyone bullies Silverstreak. Okay. So these bones were found in Henry Klein's grave. The grave next to him, the grave of Robert McNally, was empty, like not even a trace of anything in there. So we're pretty sure these are actually the bones of Robert McNally and that Henry Klein is still alive. But that is just a hunch. It is Ween season? Oh, what does that mean? Does everyone know what Ween season is but me? Oh, Halloween. Okay. I was thinking of the band. And I didn't know why it would be the band's season. Wiener season, sure. Yeah. Thank you. You have to listen to the Mollusk every day this month. Oh no. I never listened to Ween very much, but I am very much aware of them. Okay, newspaper clipping. As a 20-year-old newspaper clipping, the headline reads, "Will the case of Liberty Bank's embezzled funds ever be solved? Could there be a connection between that case and the Robbins case?" That, I believe, is meant to be... I guess that's Charlie speculating that? A season of Ween would make me cry, to be fair. Yeah, I think so too. Push the little daisies and make him come up. That line sounds familiar. I definitely didn't know Ween very well, but yeah, that's definitely a song I'm familiar with and haven't heard in many, many years. Yeah, Silver does not listen to music recreationally. Ween is a band, yes. I'm trying not to think about that song further. I don't want to remember it. I don't need to remember it. Scalpel. It's possible that the scalpel was used in the murder of Bill Robbins. We could detect no fingerprints or bloodstains on the scalpel. This has always been a weird statement for me. We found the scalpel in the home of Stephen Beckert. It was like wrapped in a cloth and stuffed into a drawer in his study, which is a little bit weird. Even his unofficially adopted daughter, Susie, agreed that was unusual. She said he's never brought home a scalpel before. So like suggesting that it could have been used in the murder of Bill Robbins is interesting. Like, I don't know what to make of that. But this and other things has led us to believe that perhaps the doctor and also the coroner for Bill was maybe involved in the murder somehow, or, you know, maybe involved in the fake murder, if that's the case. Only song I listen to is Ringworm by Van Morrison. I don't think I know that one. Conrad says, I've never heard of Ween. Getting mixed messages on how the chat feels about Ween. Dizvor enjoys their album The Mollusk. Worth a listen. I've probably heard at least some of it, I imagine. Yeah, we did talk about DNA evidence earlier. This takes place in 86. DNA evidence was first used in the United States the year after in 87. So definitely not, like, it existed somewhat at this point, but wasn't being used. So yeah, that's important to consider. Bank book. This is a Liberty Bank book in the name of a Mr. Brian Ayler. The account was practically empty until Mr. Ayler deposited a huge chunk of money this month. So this was found in Brian's house, and he later confessed that this was money that he was given for stealing the 86 white Ford, which again we believe is the same vehicle that the body was found in. Also, importantly, He was paid for this by Bill Robbins, which is very weird. A Ween song in a commercial. Interesting. List of members. This is a membership roster for the Red Tie Club. There are only 4 names listed: Russell Thorpe, Edward Robbins, Stephen Beckert, and Henry Klein. Again, the first 3 people here are people that live in town. Russell Thorpe owns the Gaslight Theater. Edward Robbins owns the Robbins Trading Company, big business guy. Stephen Beckert is the local doctor and coroner. Henry Klein, allegedly dead, but possibly still living. A Honda commercial. Okay. And that's all our evidence so far. So back to our buddy Alan. Let's save while we're here. Now, we haven't really done anything, but we have pressed a lot of buttons, so we might as well save that. Big Burger. Okay, so where do we leave off with Alan? I think I'll start from the top here. Alan Weiss, totally cool name, huh? I'm 20 years old. I'm like in college. I only work here part-time. My blood type is A. I live with my parents and my older sister. I like to get together with the guys and jam. We play some pretty killer surf tunes. I'm an excellent bass player, dude. I was born in this lame town. I'm totally not into the group scene, you know? Not in any clubs. Also in a SpongeBob movie. Bill Robbins. You mean the dead guy? Yeah, I knew Janet, his old lady. Like, you should call it the SWAT team to catch the lowlife who killed him, man. Martha. I met her once when I went to Dave's house. She seemed pretty okay for a mom. Fred Robbins. Never heard of the dude. Doug Carson. Yeah, he's the president of the Lee Cosmetics Company. That company is really bogus. Like, this friend of mine worked there part-time, you know, and he was complaining that he totally had problems getting his dinero. Okay, so there's the long explanation of my slightly confusing note. LCC, no paying employees. I was pretty sure that was what that meant. A lot of green on this guy. I mean, all the backgrounds are like a solid color, which is an interesting choice. Let's see. Doug, Judy. Never seen SpongeBob? Me neither. I mean, I've seen little bits of the show, I guess. I've never seen the movie. And I don't know that I've ever watched like a full episode or anything. Michael. I don't know him. Joe. That's my friend Dave's old man. Janet. Yeah, I know her. She's my friend Dave's sister. No, it almost entirely through clips and memes. Yeah. Dave. Yeah, we're pretty good friends. He's in Professor Latner's criminal psych class with me. Sometimes we go cruising together. As a matter of fact, we went out a couple weeks ago. The night of the murder, perhaps. Steven. Don't know him. Didn't know Susie. Oops. Or Shelley. Ken. He owns the cafe that I go to, the Hungry Fisherman. Is it a cafe or a pub? Or a restaurant? I feel like... I mean, obviously there's some overlap in these things, but it's interesting how completely different it's described. Sarah. She's a babe. She's way mysterious, and I totally like that. I bet a lot of the customers go there just to check her out. Alan's girlfriend, Molly, does not like his interest in Sarah. Russell Thorpe. I think he owns the movie theater where my girlfriend Molly works part-time. The old guy always has a cigar in his mouth. He acts like a jerk. Brian. I've seen him a couple of times over The Hungry Fisherman. He's always bragging about something, always telling people he's just got himself some fantastic contract. From what I've heard, he can barely sell any books. Glenn, sorry, dude, I don't know him. Alibi. They were renovating this place the day that dude got killed, so I got off around 3. Finally, an early day thing to put on our timeline here. I left way too much space up here. "3 p.m. Alan got off work." It's probably not important information, but we might as well include it. Picked up Molly and Dave later on. Let's write that over here. Alan picked up Molly and Dave, quote, later on. And the 3 of us went for a cruise downtown. I got home before midnight. I'm just going to make a note here. Alan home before midnight. Assault. Never heard of it before. Automobile. I drive an orange Fiesta. Something else. Yeah, wait a minute. I remember Dave saying that you had something to do. We dropped him off around 10 near school. Okay. There's so much that happens at 10. I've run out of room. So we're going to have to write this over here. Well, I'll squeeze it in here. Alan dropped off Dave at Arlington. Okay. And is that it? That's it. Okay. So Alan gets an X. I wonder if this is authentic teen speech or some adult's idea of it. Great question. So I know you're committed to going through every dialogue with every person, but I keep wondering if it'd be more helpful to comb through the locations you have warrants for again. I mean, I did that last week. So like, I don't think it's worth doing right now because I did that more than once, honestly. Like, I think I did it multiple times throughout last week's stream. That's why we're doing this, because this is like the one extremely tedious process that I have not gone through in a while. But once I'm done with this, then we will go back and try that again. What if the thing I learned about just doesn't exist in this version? Yeah, that seems impossible. That seems possible. Can I ask if there's a specific type of room in a specific person's house that you can recall? I mean, if you want, you can just, well, no, I don't want to know yet. I don't want to know yet. Like, it's not that hard to search everybody's house, and we're going to do that once we're done here. Oh, God. There's a lot to go still. We're going to do a poll. Should Unseeker Crush give me some vague information that may or may not actually help? Should I take a hint? Yes, no. This is going to be a 3-minute poll. Get your votes in now. While we're waiting for that, I will review Kate Carson, our next person. Again, Unseeker Crush has been looking through walkthroughs of different versions of the game. They are significantly different. Like, there's characters that don't even appear in this game. People's names are different. There's probably different items. Like, that wouldn't surprise me. So I don't know if whatever she has learned is even going to be helpful. But it might also kind of take the joy of discovery away from me if it does lead to something new. That's my main concern. But also maybe it'll save us a lot of hassle. So Everybody's voting yes. I see how it is. Main goal is to help shake loose whatever you're stuck on here. Sure. I mean, like, that's fair. Like, and if people think that would be worth doing, that's fine. But I feel like this process has been somewhat useful and somewhat interesting. We're definitely not making a lot of progress, but at least we'll have done it. Can tell the place in the thing isn't there. I have no backup plan. Sure. I mean, that's fair. So we currently have 3 votes for yes, 1 for no. Let's talk about Kate. Kate Carson is sister of Bill Robbins, 24 years old, born in Liberty, blood type A. It is worth noting, Fred and Kate are biological children of Edward Robbins, whereas Bill is not. We don't know who Bill's biological parents are. She lives with, as far as I can tell, she lives with her husband, Michael, at his parents' house. I kind of think that house is maybe the one that's described as just being fucking enormous and having like room for 20 people or something. I'm not sure if that's the same house, but she's a computer consultant. She knows BASIC and Fortran. She is affiliated with the Amonis Club, which again is a women's group that raises money for charity. Still 3-2. You could tie it up and make my life miserable, or further the gap here if you're quick. She said she was at home the entire time. Her hobby is sewing. She heard someone leave the house around 10:30. We eventually learned that was Dave Carson. Oh, we got a last minute vote for yes. Okay. Give me the info. The results are in 4-2. Thank you everyone for your feedback on this. I appreciate it. Even if I don't necessarily agree. I let you all decide my fate because I'm stubborn and probably I should be less stubborn. Does Bill Robbins' house have a study? I believe so. We'll go ahead and go there right now. Oops, that's not it. I just saw Robbins and I kind of hit return. Bill Robbins, go inside. Other room. It does. Study. We have searched here. You're in Bill Robbins' private study. It looks as though nothing in the room has been touched for weeks. You find nothing relevant to the case here. And we can't take anything. I'm trying to remember if we found anything here previously. We found in this house the knife and what was the other thing? Oh, the earrings. And that was in the bedroom. It is entirely possible that once I've talked to the right person, a new object will appear here. Like that has been an established mechanic that we were also warned about in the manual. What does call someone do? If there was a person in this building that we could talk to, it would let us bring them in. But Fred Robbins was the only person in this house, and he has been arrested. All right, we're going to look into releasing people. Let's give that a shot. I have no idea how we would do it. I'm going to save again first just to be cautious. So let's go to the prosecutor. We have search warrant and arrest warrant. So let's say I select Fred from here. I'm pretty sure he's just going to tell us we already have a warrant. Yeah, so that's not how you do it. If we go to interrogation, we can bring in suspect, get deposition, show evidence, interrogate, or return to office. So yeah, I don't see how we could release anyone here. There's just no option that is appropriate for it. And we've already gone through all of these many times. And I don't think you already have a thing that could be the same thing by another name. Okay, very vague, but good to know. Oh, this is frustrating because you should have been able to find this before arresting anyone going by the walkthrough if it exists. That's interesting. But again, that's a different version of the game. It could be an item that simply doesn't exist in this game, in this version. Should I just say what the thing is? I'm going to say no, because if it is in the game, I don't want to know yet. All right, back to Kate. I'm just looking at this list again. Yeah. So Kate is in Carson's house. Oh, I guess this isn't the huge one. Maybe the Robbins house is the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, this is the one where 20 people could live comfortably. And there's like 3 living there. The lawn is lovingly maintained. We have not tried terrorizing any of the suspects. We've just been doing normal normal police behavior of arresting everyone and then badgering them. What can I do for you? Asked the poised woman who answers the door. What else can I do for you? Kate Carson, 24 years old, computer consultant, blood type A. I live with my husband Michael and his parents. I enjoy sewing. At the moment, I'm making a quilt. I am proficient at both BASIC and Fortran. I was born in Liberty. I'm a member of the Moanist Club. Bill Robbins. I still can't believe anyone would murder Bill, although I knew there were some people who didn't like him. Just some. Martha. I think she's quite shy. She doesn't say much. So there's another person saying that Martha, wife of Joe Carrington and former wife of Henry Klein, is not very talkative. Like, it seems clear she goes out of her way to not say a lot. So that, again, seems to fit with our theory that, like, at the very least, she's hiding information. And perhaps that Joe Carrington is, in fact, Henry Klein. Edward. Inspector, anyone who says that my father murdered Bill is lying. Dang it. Keep missing. Fred. I know that Fred got into an argument with Bill over Susie. Still, that doesn't mean he would kill him. Kate. I'd like to think that I'm a nice person. Doug. He's not feeling well. He's upstairs resting. Judy. One thing you can say for her. She'll tell you exactly what's on her mind, whether you want to hear it or not. I keep thinking about this item I'm supposedly missing. Like, if there's a thing that where we need to ask the same question multiple times within a conversation, like, that could certainly be a reason for having missed something.
For what it's worth, the first investigation portion of the walkthrough didn't seem to say anything about asking questions twice. That seems to become important later.
Okay.
In the other version.
Good to know. Y'all probably couldn't hear that. Unsecret Crush was saying that asking questions twice is probably not important till later. That is something we've done a couple of times. The one thing that we've talked about that I'm not sure of is whether it is possibly important to ask twice within the same conversation, like without leaving and then coming back. I don't know the answer to that. If that is important, then that like increases the odds I might have missed something. Michael. He has his weaknesses, but he's a good man and I love him. He's at the office today. Do we know if twice is enough times? No, we don't. But I'm relatively certain that if you have to ask a question multiple times to get more information, that like you will get more information the second time you try it. So if you need to ask a third time, I would probably go ahead and do that to make sure there's not additional info. I'm pretty sure I've done that in the past when I found a question that had unexpected info. Yeah, it has happened a couple times already that we asked a question twice. I can think of 2 specific scenarios where it came up. But yeah, we have never gotten anything on the third ask. Okay, continuing. Joe, I haven't talked with Janet's father much. It's probably because the few times we've met, he has nothing to say, which doesn't make for great conversation. Janet, that's impossible. Janet, the murderer? There must be some misunderstanding. Dave, I haven't seen him since Bill and Janet's wedding, 6 months ago. Stephen, Dr. Beckert is the Robbins family doctor. Susie, Susie's father was a friend of Dr. Beckert's. When he died about 20 years ago, Dr. Beckert helped support Susie. Then when her mother died, he took her in. So this is something we've known about for a while, just for folks that have missed previous streams. So Susie's father was Robert McNally. Robert McNally died just a few days before this embezzlement and arson happened in the past. Again, the arson was the fire that Henry Klein supposedly died in. And Robert McNally died just a few days before that. I forget the alleged cause of death, but whether he died of natural causes or was murdered, we're pretty sure his body was used. It was taken to Henry Klein's house by Glenn Axworthy. And when the house was set on fire, it was burned beyond recognition. So it was just assumed that that was Henry Klein and that his body ended up in Henry Klein's grave. Again, Robert McNally's grave is currently empty with not even traces of, anything in it. My assumption has been that Dr. Beckert was involved in those events. We're pretty sure of that just based on he was an organizer of the Red Tie Club. And then Susie's mother died shortly after. Well, we don't know if shortly, sometime after her father died. So my assumption is that Dr. Beckert felt some guilt for that, having been involved in some way in what happened to her father. And so that's why he took her in. That's just kind of a guess, but it seems like it kind of fits with what we know. I think usually the second answer becomes their default if you ask the same question again later. Yeah, every time an answer changes, you can never go back to what they previously said. So that's why taking notes is super important, because sometimes you'll get information that is later inaccessible. Barbara's been with the family for as long as I can remember. She knows everything there is to know about the Robbins family. Seems okay, though, because the second answer is more likely to be relevant or true. I would say that the second answer tends to be more important, but there's definitely been good information to know that has become inaccessible. I can't remember specifics, but I remember at one point I was like, oh, wow, I'm glad I wrote that down because we can't repeat that anymore. Are there any conversation trees that can get locked off? The biggest way to get locked out of a conversation is by arresting someone. Once you arrest them, you have this completely different interrogation interface. And you can no longer ask them about other specific people. You're locked out of all these questions that we have available here. You can often get more important and vital information having arrested them, but similarly, you get locked out of some stuff that could be useful. The big thing I don't know yet is if like that ever prevents you from progressing in the game if you missed something important. I really have no idea, and it kind of sucks to think about. Okay. Barbara's been with the family for as long as I can remember. She knows everything there is to know about the Robbins family. And yet, she won't tell us who Bill's biological parents are. Shelley. Did she kill my brother? Probably not. Ken. Don't know him. Sarah. I can't place the name. Russell. He and my dad have been friends since they were kids. He's one of the few people my father actually relaxes around. Oops. Doesn't know Glenn. Alibi. I was at home the whole evening. A Moanist Club. It's a local women's group that my mother-in-law organized. We raise money for charity. Bill's birthplace. I suppose nobody told you that Bill was adopted. My father knew Bill's real parents through business. When they died, he took Bill in. Bill's real parents are dead. We've had this information. I think this is maybe how we learn how Bill was adopted, but we've had this information for a while. I think I keep forgetting that his real parents are allegedly dead. And right now I'm trying to think of other situations where we've learned about both parents being dead. Susie, of course, is the main one that comes to mind. What does your cat care about most? I'm confused by this question. I do not have a cat, unfortunately. And I don't think J.B. Harold has a cat either, though maybe he does. If he does, I think the cat is... I missed some other conversation that made this comment make sense. Apologies. Oh, Dysvor said my cat doesn't care about any of this. Okay, now I understand. Thank you. My cat cares about being petted while he eats. Interesting. I would have not expected a cat to enjoy that, but I guess there's cats of all types out there. While he eats the murder victim? Okay, Bill's birthplace. Marriage. What kind of question is that? Yes, I'm glad I married Michael. I certainly don't regret it. Something else. Well, there is something. The night Bill was murdered, I heard someone leave the house. I think it was around 10:30. I couldn't help but notice it. So Doug Carson left the house at 10:30. Do we already have that written down? Okay, 10 or 11. Joe saw Doug. So Doug left at around 10:30. This game is brutal. Yeah, it is. And I love it too. I wish I wasn't as stumped as I am right now, but I kind of don't mind it. I think ultimately how frustrated I am by the current situation will depend on whether this process actually gets us somewhere or not. If it doesn't, then I might start to become a little too frustrated. So that was something else, and we're done here. So X for Kate Carson, and then we're on to our next sheet. Fred Robbins. Fred's currently arrested, so we'll just go over his notes and then go talk to him in jail. Antique Crush says, I'm really curious about the process of writing a walkthrough for a game like this. Honestly, like since there's so little information about it, I'm a little bit tempted to like, once I'm done playing it, like try to figure out the correct steps in a more efficient way. I don't know that I would go so far as to speed run it, but it might be nice to write up a walkthrough or something like that. I don't know. I probably won't want to commit the time to it in the end, but it is kind of tempting. Do we have any idea where this person went at 10:30? No. Doug Carson left the house at 10:30. He was later seen in a hurry around 11, probably. He was going to meet someone. He has admitted to that. However, he will not tell us who he was going to meet. The game does not give us any way to get that information out of him, at least so far. I kind of suspect he was going to meet with the Red Tie Club members, being Russell Thorpe, Edward Robbins, and Stephen Beckert, who I believe were all together around that time. I believe they were all at the cemetery and or church area and then went to Arlington. Connor says, I love watching it. I definitely have resorted to brute forcing and or a walkthrough by now. Robot Spatial's patience and commitment are laudable. Thank you. I appreciate that. Antique Crush says, especially because the Turbo CD walkthrough calls itself a minimal actions walkthrough and stresses the importance of doing things in a specific order. Don't tell me that. Like, how long does it take to dial in that order? Yeah, for sure. Figuring out the efficient way of investigating is what I can't figure out. Yeah, I'm sure it's just some trial and error. Like, I feel like once you've figured out what is necessary to get through the game, like it's probably not super hard to experiment a little and figure out how to make that efficient. So we're done here. Actually, I've done this already tonight, haven't I? We're doing it again. Okay. I'm just wondering if I should go search some more places. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. I'm just wondering if I should go search some more places right now. Let's try it. I could use a little break. Wink. What am I doing? We need to go to houses. We can't search any of these. Bill Robbins' house. We just did that one. Oh, maybe I didn't check all the rooms. Good night, Silver. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you sleep well. Let's see. Edward Robbins. Trying to think what developers in 1986 were thinking was fun in terms of gameplay. Yeah. I mean, I feel like a lot of games back then, like even later in like 90s, were less concerned with fun and more concerned with like challenge. Like adventure games in general, like they got to a point in like, I want to say the mid 90s where like whether it was true or not, it seemed like players wanted a big challenge and, to get a lot of hours out of a game. And game developers took that very seriously and ultimately kind of made games less fun, with the goal of making them more challenging, I think. I think there was also maybe a little bit of a struggle of like, there's only so many types of puzzles you can do in an adventure game. And like, a lot of puzzles are ultimately, variations on the same thing. So a lot of weird things were done to kind of make things challenging, and like it didn't always go great. But yeah, like with this in particular, I don't know that fun was necessarily the primary concern. It definitely seems like challenge was more of a concern. And I feel like a lot of the things that make this game seem so difficult, especially now, were just done to not make the solutions too obvious. Like a modern game like this would, like, at minimum, highlight a dialogue option in some way, differentiate it in some way if it's going to give a different response. Like, that's become a very standard thing. But back then it wasn't. And, if somebody thought of the idea, I could very well see it being shot down as making the game too easy because, then you can just instantly see what you're missing. So it's complicated, I think. Where was I? Am I done here? What room is this? Okay. Don't love the hidden object style of mystery games. It's just click every shiny thing. Yeah, like, it's tricky. A lot of modern adventure games will have a way to like see all that, like you hold down space bar or something like that, and it highlights all the hot spots, all the different areas where you can click to interact with something. I kind of like that approach because it gives you a way to see everything if you feel stuck, but doesn't highlight them all automatically. So you can choose, which I think is kind of a nice approach. That was Edward Robbins. We just did Carson's, right? Beckert's Clinic. Currently empty. Beckert's house. Again, there's a blue car outside here, which I feel like is maybe important. That might be the vehicle that was used the night of the murder. The security guard saw a possibly blue car speeding off. And we know there was a car around the cemetery. And Stephen Beckert was probably there. Nothing here. Brian Ayler's house. Anytime we go to a house and there's nobody there, we're helping ourselves to a tall, cool one, which is great. We're probably pretty drunk by now. Normal cop stuff, I guess. Study, nothing relevant. Can you force someone to confess and call it a day? I wish. We can't do that. I've done my best. Lyric stores, nothing to search there. Carrington's house. Nothing. Maybe being drunk is why JB hasn't solved it yet. You could be right. Russell Thorpe's. Every time we search in here, we get covered in soot, but we'll do it again. We're so sure that something's hidden in the fireplace. Shelley McDonald's house. She's arrested, right? Yeah. Nothing. Oops. Church, cemetery. We can search the grave, so we'll do that. Nothing relevant to the case. College, we can search the crime scene. We aren't hit with any great inspiration. And I think that's it. That's everywhere we can search. Just going to make sure we still can't go anywhere. I'm pretty sure if we unlocked a location at the church or lot, we would know it, because we'd get new dialogue that tells us about that place. But I'm double checking anyway. Okay, so that's we've researched all the places we can search for evidence and come up with nothing once again. So back to Fred Robbins. Again, this is the brother of Fred Robbins, though not a biological brother. 30 years old. He was born in Liberty, blood type A. Brothers Bill, sister Kate, brother-in-law Michael Carson. He works at the Lee Cosmetics Company. He's a member of the Liberty Drinking Club. He likes to play tennis. At the night of the murder, he went to a movie at the Gaslight Theater that ended at 11. Let's see. It's 11:30. Dang it. Fred left movie at 11. Originally, he said he went home after that, but we later learned that he drove around for an hour. And then he met... We'll get to that in a minute. He's been house sitting at Bill's. Told us about Barbara, the housekeeper, who's like family. He's an expert marksman. That's kind of interesting. But his prints weren't on the gun. Fred is an expert marksman. He hadn't talked to Bill in a while. He's interested in someone who we eventually learned was Susie McNally. He drives a red Ford. I think Susie is just gorgeous. He eventually admitted that he gave the earrings to Susie. And then later, Susie would sometimes come over to Bill's house when Janet was away. And then at one point, she left those earrings there. He wrote that letter that said, "I would kill for you," to Susie. Went to see Bill after the movie at the Hungry Fisherman. He threatened to tell Janet about Susie, but Bill said he didn't care. Then they fought, and Fred went home. So he said that's an hour after he left the movie, so that would be at midnight. So midnight. Fred argued, fought with Bill outside HF. And then after that, allegedly Fred went home. He told us he has an inferiority complex with Bill and hated him because of Susie. And he also told us that Bill never buys insurance, which is important and notable information because Janet told us that Bill was the one that wanted her to buy insurance for him. Okay. And again, that was a $10 million policy. It was taken out 1 month before he was murdered. Is it possible Bill wanted that money for himself? It is. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money now. Lends credence to the theory that Bill is still alive. Maybe, yeah. Maybe his business isn't doing well. So what we know about Bill's financial situation, like previously he was in New York, married someone and spent all their money. Dorothy, the sister of Shelley, his former secretary. And then he moved back here because of his failing business venture. But since moving back here, he's been working for his father, who owns the extremely successful Robbins Trading Company. Like, this kind of seems like the biggest business in town. And he's been the acting CEO of that company. He was when he died. So, like, to me, that doesn't sound like someone that needs money. But maybe he wasn't doing what he wanted to do. You know, maybe he wanted to have money so he could, you know, do whatever the hell he wanted and not have to be CEO of this company. You know, certainly his past suggests that he had ideas of his own that he wanted to focus on. So that could make sense. All right, let's interrogate Fred. The suspect sits down across from you. His deposition is, I didn't do anything. I'm innocent. I'm in love with Susie. That's all. Earrings. They're a present I gave someone. Okay, it was Susie McNally. Contract. He didn't trust insurance agents, said they were the scum of the earth. No matter how many people encouraged him to get insurance, he never bought any. So yeah, like that. Yeah, it doesn't add up. Oops. Wig, letter. I love Susie, but she had something going with Bill. I'm just going to go through everything in here just in case he has something to say that we didn't expect. Okay. Go through these. Hey, leave me alone. I didn't kill my own brother. I've always had an inferiority complex towards Bill, and yes, I hated him because of what he had going with Susie, but I sure as hell didn't kill him. There's no point in yelling. I've told you 1,000,000 times I could never have hurt Bill. I can't answer that. So that's all we get out of Fred. Up next is Janet Robbins, who is also in jail. Janet is 21 years old, excuse me. Widowed, obviously, previously the wife of Bill Robbins. She was born in Boston. Her blood type is A. She has a father, mother, and brother, being, as far as we know, almost certainly her biological father is Henry Klein, current stepdad, Joe Carrington, and, of course, Martha Carrington and her brother, Dave. She worked for her father before she got married. So that would have been Joe. So she worked at the real estate office. She was a member of the Amonis Club, is a member of the Amonis Club. When we asked about hobbies, she said none at the moment. Her alibi is that she was home all night and, quote, must have dozed off. According to her, she has no skills. When we asked about Dave, she said he makes my stomach turn. She's not the only person that has expressed this kind of sentiment about Doug Carson. I forget who the other person was that didn't like the way that Doug acts. Like, Judy says bad things about Kate. I missed a lot of S's in my notes here. Joe Carrington opposed Janet and Bill's marriage. Barb hated Bill. About Fred, she said, he's nice. I like him. And also, quote, what are you trying to get from me? About her father, she said, he died when they were babies, didn't leave anything behind. Mother threw out everything when she married Joe. And then regarding the earrings, she said the bimbo probably dropped them. The bimbo being Susie, who she seems convinced that Susie did the murder, or at least she really wants to like pin it on her. But let's go interrogate Janet now. I signed a contract for a life insurance policy because Bill said we should get one. It wasn't my idea. I didn't say anything about it because I knew you'd jump to conclusions. Yeah, like she didn't even tell us about the policy, which like this is kind of the best excuse you can give, but also like it seems like hiding something like that is just going to make you more suspicious in the end. It's true that we didn't have the easiest of marriages. It was rocky at times, but I love Bill all the same. I certainly didn't kill him. There's no way I could have killed him. Earrings. Bill and I were having problems, so I spent a few nights at my parents' house. I'm sure that Bill had that woman over when I was away. The bimbo probably dropped them. Contract. That's Bill's life insurance policy. When you show her the knife, she says, that. Bones. I don't know anything about it. Oops. Oh, shit. That's not what I wanted. Evidence. Okay. Interrogate. I'm sure it's that woman. It just has to be Susie. Yes, it's true that I felt bitter towards Bill, but I loved him. I couldn't have killed him. I'm sure she's the one who stabbed Bill. She doesn't even give a hint of a reason at why she thinks Susie would have killed Bill. Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, they were in a relationship. And we know that Susie eventually learned that Bill was a bad person, but we don't know when she learned that. And we haven't really been given any reason to believe she would have killed him over anything she knew, but who knows? So yeah, that's all we can get out of her right now. Up next, Susie McNally. She's been arrested also, right? Yeah. 24-year-old female, marital status, not ready. She said there's no one for me. So, like, she was in a relationship with Bill. Obviously, he's dead now, and she's not interested in anyone else right now. Born in Pennsylvania, blood type B. Who else has mentioned Pennsylvania? Someone mentioned Philadelphia specifically. Oh, the parking lot attendant. Oh, and also Joe Carrington was born in Philadelphia. Okay. The hair. Yeah, it's good hair. Was it the doctor? The Philadelphia person? No. Doctor was... he was born in Boston. Moved to Liberty 30 years ago. And he's 58, so it seems reasonable to assume that he was in Boston the whole time before he moved here. He didn't say otherwise. Okay, back to Susie. Blood type B. Both of her parents died. She's currently a nurse at Dr. Beckert's clinic. Her hobbies are postmodern music. Her alibi was that she was in her room and, quote, didn't go anywhere. She does not have a car. So I'm trying to read what the hell I wrote here. Ed stopped by to see Stephen, including the night of the murder. Okay. So again, that's additional evidence that Russell Thorpe, Stephen Beckert, and Ed Robbins were all together on that night. Maybe they just separately, met up in different places, but I still kind of suspect they were all together carrying out some sort of plan. Bill has his appendix removed. She initially insisted that she did not know Bill, aside from having encountered him when he got his appendix removed. Fred, he's a good person, but Interesting. Barb did not give a shit about Bill. Stephen went to Thorpe's the night of the murder. Oh, okay. So then there's more info about them all meeting up there. At first she said she didn't know about the wig, but she did eventually admit that it was hers. Her father died of cardiac arrest when she was 4. Okay, so that, again, is Robert McNally, whose grave doesn't have a body in it. We're pretty sure it is his body in the grave next to him of Henry Klein. The cardiac arrest is kind of interesting because it could be true. Like we know he was shot in the leg, but we don't know anything else about that. We don't necessarily know that he was murdered. I feel like possibly being shot in the leg is maybe going to be a way to eventually identify definitively whose body that was. I don't know, maybe we'll find out that it was like a war injury or something. I don't know. So that just will give us some evidence that that was not Henry Klein's body. She said that she was having an affair with Bill, went to his house when Janet was away. Bill said that he would divorce Janet and marry Susie, but never did. And then she said that Bill was bad. We'll go over that actual dialogue in a minute here. She's told us she wore a wig to look like Shelley when she was out with Bill. And she also pointed out that the newspaper clipping from 20 years ago was the same year her father died. Deposition. Yes, it's true that I was having an affair with Bill, and yes, I did go to Bill's house when Janet was away. Bill promised he would divorce her and marry me, but No, I didn't kill Bill because he wouldn't marry me. You don't know me. I couldn't do that. I really don't know anything else. Bill was bad. I was trying to better understand these statements, yeah. Specifically, I'm trying to figure out if there's any hint as to when she found out Bill was a bad person. Like it was before or after his death. I feel like it's It's maybe a little bit suggested that she knew that before he was killed. But I'm definitely reading a lot into it. Okay, let's show her some evidence. Earrings, yes, those are mine. Wig, yes, it's a disguise I used when I went to meet Bill. When I wear it, I look a lot like Shelley MacDonald, Bill's secretary. Letter, yes, I knew that Fred loved me, but I couldn't love him back. I loved Bill. That newspaper article was written the same year that my father died. Interrogate. I couldn't have killed him. I loved him. I've never even thought about killing Bill. It's true. Please believe me. Oh, please. I'm innocent. Please believe me. And that's it for Susie. Again, we won't give her an X because we weren't able to go through the full questioning process. Like, if we get nowhere tonight, then my thought is we might want to back up and fully question the people we aren't able to as recently as we can. Like, get to the latest playthrough where they haven't been arrested. Okay, up next is Molly Mendel. This one shouldn't take too long. She doesn't know a lot of people. She works at the local movie theater, the Gaslight Movie Theater. She's 19. She's single. She was born in Liberty, blood type A. Lives with her parents and big sister. Goes to Arlington College. She's part of the Arlington College Cinema Club. Her hobbies are moving around, and modern dance, movies and modern dance. Her shift ended at 7 the night of the murder. She was picked up by Alan and went for a drive. So 7 p.m. Oops. Molly got off work, picked up by Alan. So Alan told us that he picked up Molly and Dave later on, so it seems like 7 is around when that happened. And then they went cruising for, I guess, a few hours before dropping off Dave at Arlington. Her dad knows Mr. Thorpe, the theater owner. She's a jazz dance instructor. Went to the same high school as Janet. Her boyfriend, Alan, is really into Sarah Shields, talks about her all the time. Of Brian, oh, right. Brian said that he was going to write a book about Molly. She does not have a car. And she told us that Thorpe lives near the college. Let's go talk to Molly. Let's do a prediction. We haven't done a prediction in so long. And it's getting late, so I'm starting to wonder. Last time I did a prediction, it was, is this game going to make me cry on stream? The answer was yes. What is going on here? Start prediction. Oh, I see. I was confused about the UI. Okay. So the question here is, will I make any progress tonight? Yes, progress will be made. Oh, I guess we can't do that. Yes, progress. No. Nope, no progress. Oh, interesting. A prediction can be as short as 30 seconds, but not a poll. That's very interesting. I'm going to give this one plenty of time. Let's give it, 15 minutes. How are we defining progress? Literally anything new discovered, like any new dialogue, or an item found, or a new like interrogation response or deposition. Like basically any new item or any new dialogue would count as progress. If I simply learn something new, that would not count as progress because that doesn't help us like literally progress further in the game. How are we defining tonight, given it's already before the end of stream tonight? I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to go, but I really want to at least do my best to get through everyone here. We've only got 6 more people after Molly. So I think that's doable. Okay. Molly is at the Gaslight Theater. We have a nice witness poster. Does anyone have any theories on what these other posters are? 86. Did the witness come out in 86? Witness. Does that have the in the name? Okay, it's just witness. 85. Okay. So there are probably other 85 movies, I bet. Terminator? You think? In the middle? Middle is Terminator. Okay. I can't quite picture it, but I believe you. Like I can see it potentially being true. Terminator movie poster. Okay, yeah. I can see that. Like on the left side is like he's holding up a gun. And then the little bit of red is like some reflection in his very cool glasses. And what's the one on the left? There's like it looks like a person like kind of hunched over with maybe their arms up or something. That's how I'm interpreting it. But then there's blue in it. Like the blue is probably important. The prediction is still there. I mean, it should be at the top of the window. Now we currently have, oh gosh, y'all have no faith in me at all. 10,000 coins towards no progress. Oh my gosh. Honestly though, fair. Like if I wanted to win this poll, I think that's the way to go. But I am determined. Disappeared. Maybe if you like reload or something. Can I help you? Asked the young woman at the ticket counter. There are only a few customers in the shabby theater. Name, Molly Mendel. Age, 19. Occupation, I go to Arlington College. My dad knows Mr. Thorpe, the man who owns this theater. That's how I got this job. Game Dev Jess says, I would be disassembling the game at this point. See, I don't know how to do that. Otherwise, maybe. Culinary, thank you. I appreciate that. 6-7's I'm about to head out to bed anyway, so I doubt it'll happen. Reasonable. Dad knows Mr. Thorpe. That's how I got this job. Blood type A. Family, my parents and my big sis. Hobbies, movies and modern dance. Skills, look, I just got my jazz dance instructor card. Not a bad picture, huh? Birthplace, I was born here in Liberty. I'm just a simple small town girl. Oh, so she describes this as a small town? Interesting. If I knew how, I would be scouring the code for any mentions of the item from the Turbo CD walkthrough. Maybe run strings on the game. Clubs. I belong to the Arlington College Cinema Club. Bill Robbins. The man who was stabbed to death? I read about in the papers. It's creepy to think the murderer is running loose. Martha. Who? Doesn't know Ed. I don't think she knows most of these people. Janet. We went to the same high school, but she was a couple of years ahead of me. 2 years specifically. Dave. Sure, I know Dave. He's a friend of my boyfriend, Alan. As a matter of fact, the night of the crime, the three of us were out driving around. He's really cute. Oops. The poster behind her? Oh! It's the Murder Club poster. Nice. That's funny. Thank you for pointing that out. Shelley. Don't know her. Ken Scott. Don't know him. Sarah. I'm sick of hearing about her. My boyfriend Alan is really into her. He talks about her all the time. It doesn't even occur to him that it might upset me. Russell. Mr. Thorpe is never here. His home? I think he lives near the college. Brian. The writer, right? He came in to see a movie here not too long ago. He said he was going to write a book about me. Yeah, sure. Don't recognize the name. Okay. Alibi. I think my shift ended around 7 o'clock that night. Alan picked me up and went for a drive. Oops. Doesn't know anything about the assault. Earrings. Sure, I wear earrings. Oh, one of these makes her flirt with us. Is that an offer? She says about marriage. I don't have a car. Something else. The only thing I want to add is, you're really cute, Mr. Harold. Thanks. So that's it for Molly. People go, oh my God, 201,030 points for yes. Oh my gosh, I appreciate all the support. Things really turned around there while I wasn't looking. Jeez. And we do have 36,260 coins towards no. 100K from Culinary? Nice. Thank you, Culinary. How do I... Terms and conditions. That's unnecessary. I'm trying to... I feel like there's a way I can look at more information about this. Oh, here we go. 7 people have voted yes. 5 have voted no. Very good. Unsecret Crush has too many coins. That's fair. Wait, I can do the result, right? Because if you voted, then you can't do the result. Salt Ranger says, just to be clear, I believe in you, but I always have to bet against the odds. That's fair, I think. Totally understandable. Okay. Dave Carrington is up next. Twin brother of Janet. Born in Boston. Age 21. Blood type AB. Lives with, of course, Joe Carrington, his mother, Martha, and sister Janet. Affiliations, school psychology club, criminal behavior, hobbies, quote, lots of things. Excuse me. Alibis that he was out with friends, got home late, dropped off at Arlington at 10 p.m. Excuse me again. Initially, he did not admit to going anywhere aside from hanging out with friends. So we had to learn from someone else that I think from Alan, that he got dropped off at Arlington. And he claims he just took a walk after being dropped off at Arlington. We know that Shelley lives near Arlington, And we know that Dave somehow wound up with Shelley's gun. So it seems somewhat likely to me that that gun changed hands that night, but we certainly don't know that for sure. It's a possibility, at least. He's a third baseman for Arlington College. He hated Bill, one of many. Thinks Judy is a gossip. Thinks his stepdad Joe is a recluse. He told us that Barb also hated Bill and loves Fred. He doesn't have a car. He rides a bike. And he told us that he's seen Susie with Bill at the Hungry Fisherman. So let's go talk to Dave. He is at the Carrington's house. Got a few minutes left on this prediction. Person you called enters the room. Dave Carrington, 21 years old. Go to Arlington College. Blood type AB. I live with my parents. I have a sister, Janet. I don't know. I like doing lots of things. I'm a great third baseman. I play for Arlington College. I was born in Boston. Belong to the school psych club. We study criminal behavior. Bill Robbins. To be honest, I hated his guts. That guy was a dirtbag. Still, I wouldn't wish death on anyone. My mom is really worried about Janet. She's afraid she'll never pull herself back together. Edward. I barely talked with the guy. Fred. Has he been arrested? Kate. I don't know her well. Doug. Never talked to him. Judy. He's an old gossip. She's an old gossip, excuse me. Michael. I don't know him, but he looks like a real loser. Time difference? Oh. Sonneveld starts earlier tonight because time difference. There was a time change in Australia. Intelligame gave me a shout out. I'm going to give Intelligame a shout out. I bet he's talking about Silver's October streams, which he is also involved in. But Intelligame is a wonderful streamer y'all should definitely check out. He's been playing The Expanse, a Telltale series. I did not know he's been playing that. Very cool. Okay. Where were we? We were talking about time changes in Australia. Michael Carson. Don't know him, but he looks like a real loser. That's an interesting thing to say about a person you don't know. Joe Carrington. He's kind of a recluse, not too good with most people, but he's been great to me and Janet. Janet. Don't you say that about my sister. Janet is no murderer. Speaking of, like I mentioned it in an offhand comment, Silver is doing a bunch of streams next month, with a bunch of people. Oh my gosh, Intelligame, we were just talking about you. Thank you so much for coming by. As I was just saying, Silver is going to be doing a bunch of streams with different people, including Wallstormer of Intelligame. And also myself. I cannot remember the name of the game we'll be playing, but it's going to be around the middle of the month. I will make sure to share specifics about that, both on stream and on Discord at some point. Wallstorm, it's great to see you. I hope you had a great stream. I was just noticing that you've been playing the Telltale Expanse game. I'm going to give you another shout out, even though I just did one. Browser just crashed. Oh no, I will give you a moment. MZZ says, Intelligame, you have the most fascinating font color I've ever seen. It is, I think it's a good one. Wallstormer / Intelligame, very much into the yellow and black combo, which I appreciate. What was I saying? I lost my brain. I guess I was waiting for a moment for you to come back. But Wallstormer / Intelligame will also be doing a game with Silver Streak at some point, I believe. Yes, definitely underutilized for sure. Custom shoutout is a bit outdated, is it? Oh, what? Oh gosh, that's funny. I didn't even notice. That's wrong. But it does have the correct link to Intelligame. I kind of forgot that I had a custom shoutout there, but I will delete it right now for next time. What? Sorry, I'm struggling with my own app, which is just life things. Yeah, it's goofed up. I goofed something up. I'll deal with that later. Where was I? Thank you for the custom shout out. That's heckin' kind. You're welcome. I'm sorry it was extremely out of date. The text one at least. But yes, everybody should definitely give Intelligame a follow. For anyone new here, hello. I'm Robot Spacer. We are currently playing Murder Club, a game originally released in 1986 for PC 88. It's by a developer named Rika Suzuki. She went on to co-found the company Sing and create the series Hotel Dusk, which people are more familiar with over here, and also Trace Memory or Another Code. Very, very cool game developer, and I wish more of her games were available in the US and in English. Wow, the lights went off on me? That's extremely rude. Timer, I guess?
You haven't been on for long enough for the timer to go off, I wouldn't think. Have you crossed the 6-hour mark?
No, I haven't crossed the 6-hour mark. Yeah, and Last Window, which is a sequel to Hotel Dusk. Sharkiana, hopefully I said that right. I saw Phantasmagoria in the About section and had to join this community. Wonderful. Great to have you here. Thank you so much for the follow. And I hope you're doing well tonight. Yeah, Phantasmagoria, what a series. I enjoyed it a lot. But yeah, this is the North American release of the game for DOS, which came out a few years later in '89. It is considered one of the most difficult games ever made, at least by some people, and it is definitely been quite a challenge. I made almost no progress last week, which I think was the first time that really happened in such a defeating way, and I might not make any progress again this week. There's a lot of like going around and questioning people, and sometimes you'll get a new answer to a question you've asked before. But there's not any way to know that. Like, you're expected to kind of reason your way through it, or just like be extremely thorough and go through all the like hundreds of choices multiple times in the game. I missed Mizra coming in. Hello. I'm not sure if you've been here for a bit. Apologies if I missed you. Also, I forgot to say hello to Vivid Foundry. Great to see you as well. But yeah, that tabletop RPG that Intelligame played with Silver and other folks a while back was actually pretty cool. Bluebeard's Bride. There's probably a VOD of that available somewhere on the Intelligame channel, I imagine. Sharkiana says harder than Dark Souls. Certainly a very different type of gameplay, but I don't know, maybe. Kyle says 100% I can beat Dark Souls. I couldn't do this. Thank you for confirming that. I've never played Dark Souls myself. I have played maybe half of Elden Ring. Oh, I'm so sorry I missed your messages, Ms. Roy. I apologize. I'm going to give you a shout out. Hope your streams have been going well. It was a good show for sure. I had a great DM and cast, definitely. Clam Man, nice. But yeah, we've clearly missed a key question somewhere, or some evidence or something, and we're just kind of going through basically every question in the entire game to figure out what it is we missed. I did a prediction just a little bit ago, to see if people thought I would make any progress tonight. And it's already very late, so I don't have too much more time. But we had 7 people thinking I will make progress, 5 people thinking I won't. Honestly, those 5 people are probably right. Though the yeses had a lot more coins to spend, it seems. I do appreciate the support. Okay, so let's get back into this here. Don't you say that about my sister? Janet is no murderer. That's in response to we've arrested Janet. We don't really suspect her, I don't think, but it is a possibility. I just asked Dave about himself. Steven, don't know him. So I am going to go through some of these options kind of quickly, if they're not interesting, but I will read the ones that actually have useful answers. I've seen her with Bill at the Hungry Fisherman, he says about Susie. Barbara, she didn't like Bill at all, not that I blame her. Fred has always been her little darling. I bet she's thrilled that he's going to be head of the company now. Oh, okay. So there was a reason I thought that. That's interesting. Fred currently works for the Lee Cosmetics Company. Why do I always think Dave is Fred? Like, yeah, I feel like that's kind of reasonable. Like, wrong person's brother. They're both blonde. Yeah, I guess that's correct. Yeah, that is correct. Dave looks like a Fred. Fred has always been her little darling. I bet she's thrilled that he's going to be head of the company now. So Bill, it was, before he was murdered, the son of Edward Robbins, but not the biological son. However, he was acting CEO of the Robbins Trading Company, like the big business in town. But now it sounds like, since Bill is dead, Fred is going to be head of the Robbins Trading Company now. Like, I don't know if maybe he didn't want to work there if he wasn't going to be like the top guy or something. But this does make me a little more suspicious of Fred. Like, we already knew Fred was very jealous of Bill, like had an inferiority complex in his own words. He was interested in the same woman that Bill was seeing, which was not Bill's wife, notably. And now it seems like he was interested in his job as well. I'm going to make a note of this. Fred, now head of Robbins. We all agree Dave looks like a Fred. Shelley. She used to be Bill's secretary. She's a very reliable, bright woman and nice too. And working for a jerk like that. Did Bill's wife say anything about Fred? I can't remember what she said. I can check my notes. I don't think she had anything against him. Janet. Fred. He's nice. I like him. And then she also said, what are you trying to get from me? When we asked about Fred. I don't know if that was necessarily related to the question or not. Sometimes they just kind of throw out, bits like that to make it clear they're annoyed about being questioned. So where were we? Shelley, Ken. He's the owner of the Hungry Fisherman. Sarah, she plays the piano over at the Hungry Fisherman, right? That's correct. Russell, never met him. Brian, don't know him. Oops. And Glenn, don't know him. So next we have this list of questions, which varies from person to person. We can ask about his alibi. Oh, I kind of forgot. I left Alan and his girlfriend at about 10 o'clock. After that, I just took a walk and then headed back home. Absolutely not true. I don't believe it for a second. I'm just making sure this is in my notes already. 10 o'clock. Alan dropped off Dave at Arlington. Okay. Well, I guess we don't have anything super concrete to be able to, like, if you learn enough information about a certain topic, then it's kind of like it's understood. The game understands that you know that and kind of behaves as though you're like questioning what they're saying on a certain subject. If we learned more definitively that he was going to Arlington specifically to see Shelley, whose gun he ended up with, then I think we might be able to get a different answer out of him when we ask for his alibi. But since we don't have that, definitive connection there, we can't get anything more. Baltimore, hello. Murder Clubberoos, that's us. Hope you're doing well. Guilty of impersonating a Fred under false pretenses. Okay. Assault. Don't know anything about that. Life insurance. Don't know anything about any life insurance policy. Pistol. He claimed the pistol is his, but then we found out that it's actually Shelley's. But he says there's nothing more worth talking about. Dang it. About father. I barely remember what he looked like. So for folks just coming in, his biological father was a guy named Henry Klein, who probably did some embezzlement at a local bank 20 years ago, and then seemed to have died in a house fire. However, we have reason to believe he is still alive. There was a body found in his grave, but the grave next to him was empty. Oh no, you got 99-cent tacos? I feel like that's just that's always a bad choice. Automobile. I don't have a car. I always ride a bike. Something else. No. Fair enough. Okay, so we're done with Dave. He gets an X. We're on to Ken Scott, owner of the Hungry Fisherman. "38 years old, married, born in New Orleans, blood type O, has a daughter. He's owned the Hungry Fisherman for 10 years. He went to the Roberts School of Cuisine. He currently is a member of the Association of Restaurant Owners. He likes to go fishing. He was at the restaurant until 2 a.m. and then went straight home." We should write that down. Ken Scott went home. He told us he saw Brian in front of the restaurant while closing up, and then Brian left around midnight. He doesn't have a car. His wife's car is yellow. Yeah, we got a lot of information here. These are printouts from the manual that I have filled in many, many notes on. There's so many pages of notes. Yeah, there is type AB blood on the scarf. So that matches the deceased Bill Robbins along with some other people in town. Just finished work. Nice. Robot's friend, hello, good to see you. Sure would be easier to asking people to talk about the murder club if they didn't play by Fight Club rules. Yeah, it would be. So Ken Scott. Yeah, we went over all his info. He's another guy that like isn't a suspect and doesn't know a lot of people, so this should be fairly quick to get through. Let's do a quick save since I accidentally came back here. Yep, no progress according to this. Let's see. Hungry Fisherman. Across the road from the cafe is the Liberty River, where I would love to go and look for evidence. I don't know if that would yield anything, but it would be cool if I could just do it. Mousimus, hello. No progress? Dang, I lost my 10 coins. Well, stream's not over yet, so it could still happen. Okay. You have something else to ask me? Whoops, I'd accidentally left. Hi, I'm back again. The cafe is dark and quiet. It looks closed. Ken Scott, 38. I've had this place for 10 years now. Blood type O. Wife and daughter. Hobbies, I like to fish. That's why I named this place the Hungry Fisherman.
Hello.
Hello, Bolt. I'm going through the same questions here. Skills, I have a degree from the Roberts School of Cuisine. Born in New Orleans. How many more people to question? We have, once we're done with Ken, we have Barbara, Sarah, Russell, and Shelley. And that's it. So 4 more after this. We're done with that. 0, 100%. Oh, we're done? We're done? Do we win the game? We've questioned everyone? Amazing. Bill was in a very good mood that night. What? Oh, he was all alone. I still can't believe he was killed. 1 million points to Emmy, please. Is that a million or is that 10 million? That's too many to count. I can't count that high. Martha, don't know her. Edward, I hear he was arrested. That is correct. Thank you for flushing your coins down the toilet on Secret Crush. Dysvor projects the credits and the end. Thank you, thank you. I'm so glad we solved this murder and questioned everyone. Are y'all telling me to wrap up? Is that what you're telling me? Konek. Did I pronounce that right? Konek? Konesh, maybe? I'm not sure. Konetz. Okay, thank you. Doug, Judy. I might be done, y'all. Joe, don't know him. Janet, her? The killer? No, come on. You've got to be kidding. Dave, sure, I know him. Before his sister's wedding, he had a quarrel with Bill right here in the restaurant. He seemed convinced that Bill would hurt Janet somehow. That's new. Right? I don't remember this information. Dave had a quarrel with Bill in the restaurant. He seemed convinced that Bill would hurt Janet somehow. Which, fair. Before the wedding. Okay. It's possible we had this before and it's just like it's been so long. Like this is one of the first people we've questioned. So it's possible I just didn't think anything of it, so I didn't write it down. Like, I honestly don't know whether to call this progress or not. Second win. Okay, I'll keep going. Actually, speaking of that, I need a short break. So I'm going to do that and I'll come back in just a minute. Okay. I missed some chat here. Honestly, like, I feel like this can't be new information, so I don't think we're going to call this progress. Unless we find some evidence this unlocked something, or if it gives us points in our progress chart. The body had a gun hole and a bone, but we think the body is from 20 years ago, but there's a gun being passed around now. Yeah, I don't think the gun we have currently as evidence is related to the hole in the bone. Probably not. It is possible that the gun was somehow involved in the murder of Bill Robbins, but again, don't know. I don't know that everything is from 20 years ago, but certainly a lot of things are. Okay, we need to get through this as quick as we can here. So let's continue. Dave Carrington. Sure, I know him. Yeah, we just read that. That's very interesting. Susie. I don't recognize that name. Ken Scott. What? We're just asking you about yourself. Sarah. She's a good girl. I'm not big on compliments, but she works real hard for me. Russell. He's a big man in town. He only owns a crummy theater, but apparently he's quite wealthy. That's interesting too. Like, I feel like these are bits that seem more relevant now, and because it's been so long since like the first stream of this, since we questioned this guy, that's why it's hard to remember this stuff. But like, we now know that Russell is part of the Red Tie Club, and most likely the Red Tie Club was involved in that embezzlement. So he has probably benefited from that money. So I'm just going to make a note about this. Only owns a crummy theater, but apparently quite wealthy. We cannot ask him about his mustache. I'm sorry, that's not in our list of questions. I think that is meant to be a mustache and not a shadow. That's how I'm interpreting it anyways. Okay. Russell Bryan. Of course, Bryan. Huh. Oh, that's because Brian's been arrested now. That's why he's got this kind of, like, he thinks maybe Brian might have done it, I guess. Got a J. Jonah Jameson stash, yeah. Glenn Axworthy, I don't know him. Just want to ask about Brian again. Okay, same response. Alibi. I was in the restaurant the whole evening. No, I didn't go out at all until I closed the place at 2 a.m. I went straight home after work. Red Tie Club. Don't know. Liberty Bank case. I remember hearing about it years ago when I was in high school. Assault. It happened. Sarah doesn't like to talk about it, so please don't bring it up unless you absolutely have to. Arson. I don't remember. Marriage. We're just a regular married couple. Good to know. I'm glad to hear that. My car, you say? I don't have one. My wife always picks me up after the restaurant closes. Her car is yellow. Something else. Now that you mention it, that night when I was closing up, I saw Brian in front of the restaurant. I was kind of surprised. I wondered what he was doing there so late. Wait a second. At 2 a.m.? I feel like this has to be new information. Like, I would have written that down, right? No, I have a note. Saw Brian in front of the restaurant while closing up. Fuck. I don't think I think what happened is like we knew he saw Brian outside the restaurant arguing with Bill, but that was much earlier. Much earlier at like 11:30. 2 a.m. is interesting. I don't know what to make of it, but it's interesting. Halftime. Foiled by fast spacer. Indeed. A thing that happens oh so often. Okay. Ken Scott went home, saw Brian outside HF. Okay. Guess we're not quite done questioning him. Something to add to the timeline, at least. Yeah, for sure. Forgot that I remembered that. You. Yeah, that's me. I literally said that. Okay. We are done questioning him. Okay. Up next, I'm going to go out of order here since we're already where Sarah Shields is. We'll do her next. Sarah Shields, 24-year-old female, single, born in California. She won't give us a straight answer on her blood type. She says today it's B. Might be something else tomorrow. She plays piano with the Hungry Fisherman, something that has come up often. Her hobbies are being alone and not talking to cops, which is a great answer. Her alibi is that she was at the restaurant until 10 a.m. So that's also when Sarah left. Fear is kind of four in German. Eins, zwei, drei, vier. I would say it with more of a V sound, but I don't know if that's actually correct. I'm sure my pronunciation there is terrible. I know that because my band Liquid Plumber in high school, our guitar player took German classes, and one of our songs I counted to 4 at the beginning in German. That's a mic fact for you. Her blood type is mood ring. Yes. Spelled with a V, but more of an F sound. Okay, thank you. I'm sure I pronounced it very poorly all those many times I said it. Okay, so where were we with Sarah? Alibi. What is it? Heard, I think is what that's... It says head, but I think it's supposed to say heard. Heard Bill mumble Liberty something. And then she speculated that this was referring to the bank. I wondered if maybe he was referring to the river. But since then, we've learned that Bill was trying to learn more about Henry Klein, who was involved with the bank embezzlement. So it seems more likely that it was, in fact, the bank he was talking about. Bill often came to the Hungry Fisherman with a woman with long blonde hair. For a long time, we thought that was Shelley, but we since learned that that was Susie in a wig. Brian, she says, is always putting on an act, gets uptight when upstaged. He would pick a fight with Bill, and he lives uptown. She said Janet is, quote, capable of anything. She drives a white Mustang, which is a Ford car, but I don't think it's the stolen car that we were investigating. She told us that Thorpe always has a big cigar, saw him near the college the night of the murder coming from the church. Okay, so that's important. I'll write that in the timeline once we get to that actual dialogue. Make sure I don't forget in case it doesn't come up. And she's the one that told us that Fred and Bill are not biological brothers. Elvish Cat says, I'm not very good at German, but I do live here. I mean, you got one up on me. I have a brother that lives in Germany. And I've been to Germany, but that's kind of all I got. Aside from counting to 4, I don't think I know many German words. Are there twins yet in the game? The twins are Janet and Dave Carrington. Janet being the wife of Bill. So yes, we do have twins, but like not identical twins, which would make things a little more exciting, I think. Okay, here's Sarah. Probably the coolest person in the game. I think definitely the coolest person in the game. Fraternal twins don't count. That's fair, I guess. Say hello. I have nothing to tell you. Sarah makes it very clear she hates cops, so that's why we like her. Sarah Shields. How old do I look? Wrong. I'm 24 years old. Occupation. I play the piano for all the drunks who come to this place. Today it's type B, but who knows what it'll be tomorrow. Family. There's no one. I'm all alone. I don't think we ever learn about that, like what happened to her parents. Hobbies. I like to be by myself. I don't like to talk with cops. Skills. Apart from playing the piano, I don't have any. Birthplace. I was born in California. No clubs. Bill Robbins. His murder goes to show that you can't predict anyone's fate. The night he was killed, he came here alone, but he often came with a woman with long blonde hair. She probably won't know a lot of these people. Fred. He and Bill weren't real brothers, you know. That's what Fred said one night when he was smashed. I'm just making a note that Fred specifically said this when he was drunk. Not super important, but possibly notable. She looks like she came from Cowboy Bebop. I could see that. Nizroy says, I took like 4 years of German in high school, and all I can remember is Guten Tag, Auf Wiedersehen, and Da ist ein Kuh in mein Schwimmbad? I don't know what that means. I hope I didn't say something extremely offensive in German. If I did, I apologize. That is something. That's all I got on that. I took a lot of French classes. I think starting in junior high and then in high school. Too many French classes. We never do that. Thank you. It means there is a cow in my swimming pool. Okay, great. That's very good. Useful phrase to know, I think. One of the most useful. Like if that's the problem you have, you want to know how to express that very quickly. Kate. Don't know her. Joe, I don't know him. Enough already. I'm getting bored. Janet, I wonder if she killed her husband. Yeah, we've all been there. Steven, there's no point in asking me. I know nothing. Susie, well, I don't really care about other people's lives, so it's not surprising that I don't know these people. Ken, my boss is a good guy. Oops. Ask her about herself. I'm a very sarcastic person, can't you tell? Russell, it wouldn't surprise me if he did it. That's kind of interesting. I can't remember what she previously said about Russell. I don't think very much. Oh, just that she saw him near the college the night of the murder coming from the church. Right. Okay, so we can't actually get that dialogue anymore. This is what I was talking about earlier. Like, now that we've arrested him, she won't tell us what she told us before about Thorpe. So I'm just going to put this off to the side here. That sometime the night of the murder, Sarah saw Thorpe near the college coming from the church. Like, there's so many little bits of dialogue about Thorpe in particular, and most likely Edward and Beckert as well, having gotten together, gone to the graveyard and then the church and then the college. Like, I feel like they have to have been the ones that transported the body. I don't know if it came from the graveyard or they were doing something else there, but then brought the body to Arlington. I feel like that has to be correct. Oh, Sonnevel's playing Darkseid. Interesting. You'll be shocked to learn we'll be rating Darkseid. We'll be rating Sonnevel when I'm done. Thanks to time changes, that will probably happen a lot more often for a little bit. Maybe they went to confession and then wanted to learn something. Maybe. Certainly a possibility. Brian Ayler. He wouldn't have the guts to kill anyone. Glenn. You don't really think I can remember every single customer who comes into this place? And how do I know if anyone is telling me his real name anyway? That's fair. Alibi. I was in the restaurant all evening. I left at about 2 a.m. I've tried not to ask her about her assault because Ken told us not to, but I don't think it actually has any negative effects if we do it. And since I'm trying to be thorough right now, I figured we'd ask her again. I try not to think about it. It happened a long time ago, and I would rather not discuss it. Thank you. Earrings. Sorry, I don't usually drop earrings in married men's bedrooms. Marriage. No, I'm not planning to get married right now. What business is it of yours? Automobile. I drive a white Mustang. Something else. That night I heard Bill mumble Liberty something or other. Maybe he was referring to the bank. And that's it for Sarah. Up next is Barbara, and then we still have Russell. Russell's arrested, and Shelley's also arrested, so those will be faster. Liberty Bibberty. Okay, so Barbara. This is the housekeeper for the Robbins family. 55-year-old woman, single. She was born in Memphis, blood type O. Occupation housekeeper for Ed Robbins specifically. She is a qualified midwife. Hobbies? What the hell does that say? What? Fortunes. Okay. It's very poorly written, but it does say fortunes. She says she was home all night the night of the murder. Not sure when Ed and Fred got home. Again, Ed was out, according to him, at Russell's house, but he was definitely elsewhere as well. Fred allegedly went to see a movie and then went and got in an argument with Bill outside the Hungry Fisherman and then came home. So Barbara tells fortunes and knew something would happen to Bill. She called Janet the night of the murder, and Janet was sobbing and said everything would be okay or something like that. She lost her family in a car crash, both her husband and child. She told us that Glenn Axworthy went to see Mr. Robbins, that being Edward Robbins, which we knew that from someone else as well. SM, Susie McNally. You probably know who's... Oh, no, that's actually referring to Shelley McDonald. You probably know whose fault it was that her little sister died. Yeah, we now know that it was Bill's fault. Robbins Trading Company... Edward involved? I mean, obviously he's involved in his company. I don't understand what that note means. Susie didn't approve of her morals. Barbara didn't approve of Susie's morals. Oh, Oh, right. And we fairly recently got some interesting information. Video games, yes. Barb might be someone to ask questions of twice. Okay, noted. We learned that regarding the assault, Bill like went out of his way. Like I think there was a rumor that Bill might have been involved, and he specifically went to the police and told them not to say that he did it. I kind of forgot about that, and like to me, that's like he for sure did it, right? Aside from that, our main evidence was that Bill told Michael Carson, his brother-in-law, that he knew who assaulted Sarah, but wouldn't say who. And given that Bill is very friendly with Sarah, like that seems odd. Like, why wouldn't he want that person to be caught? But the fact that he went out of his way to tell the police not to say he did it, like it's not told to us, but it sounds clear like he had some influence over the police. But yeah, let's go talk to Barbara. She is at Edward Robin's house, of course, which is enormous. 20 people could live here comfortably. Say hello. Actually, what did she say when we come in? Who is it? What do you want? Asks a middle-aged woman before opening the door. Don't just stand there smoking that stinking cigarette. Go out and find the murderer. Are we just constantly smoking? It kind of sounds that way. Barbara Davis, 55, housekeeper, blood type O. Whoops. The Robins are my family. Hobbies. I tell fortunes. I can see you're skeptical, but just a month ago, the cards told me that something terrible would happen to Bill. What do you think of that? Filth bag smoker. We are a detective, it's true. Skills. I'm a qualified midwife. Born in Memphis. No clubs. Bill Robbins, a terrible, dreadful thing. Can you imagine the pain his father must be going through? Was Bill in the Red Tie Club? No, he would have been too young. He's 34, so he would have been 14 back then. His father, Edward, was. Martha, now that woman has dignity. Edward, Mr. Robbins is not the murderer. What's the matter with the police these days? Look, we just like to arrest people, okay? My little Freddie is not the murderer. Kate, a stable, responsible young woman she is. A credit to the family. When you become a detective, you have to decide which of your organs you want to abuse, lungs or liver. JB here chose both, I think. Doug, he strikes me as insincere. I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. Judy, it must be awful for Kate. Imagine living with that horrible, selfish woman. Not a fan of Judy. Michael, unlike someone I could mention, he's no womanizer. His problem is that he does everything his pushy mother tells him to do. He's totally dependent on her. Joe, I can't say I've talked to him much. Can't say anyone has. Janet. Oh, come now. Janet? Dave. That young man hated Bill. No, I'm most certainly not using too strong a word. Why did Dave hate? Oh. He must have known what Bill did to Shelley's sister Dorothy. Got to run to the shops. I have a good stream mail. Thank you, Baltimore. I hope you have a good time at the shops and get all the things you need. Appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, he was worried he'd hurt Janet. So I think he knew about what happened with Bill and Dorothy, which is interesting because, like, Dave and Shelley, neither of them will admit that they knew each other. And yet, for some reason, Dave ended up with Shelley's gun. And then we also have this, where, like, he knew about that whole situation with Shelley's sister enough that he didn't want Bill to marry his sister. Like, maybe that's just a thing that everybody knew about Bill, but I don't know. I'm a little skeptical. Like, I feel like even just with the gun alone, it seems weird that would have changed hands between the two of them if they didn't know each other before the night of the murder. But why would they be lying about not knowing each other? You arrested Dave and another... No, I don't think we've ever arrested Dave, have we? I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I feel like we currently have arrested everyone that we've been able to arrest. Yeah, you're mixing up Dave and Fred again, 100%. Okay, continuing on. Stephen. Did Dr. Beckert do anything? Maybe. Susie. I may be old-fashioned, but I can't say I approve of her morals. It doesn't take her long to get to know a man, if you know what I mean. Barbara. I like to think of myself as a surrogate mother for the children. Shelley. She's a saint to work for a difficult boss like Bill. You probably know whose fault it was that her little sister died. That being Bill, of course. Ken, don't know him. Sarah, don't know her. Russell. He's a friend of Mr. Robbins. They're like childhood friends, in fact. Doesn't know Brian. Glenn. You know, I believe that someone with that name came here to see Mr. Robbins. How did Dorothy die? Oh, before Bill lived in Liberty City, he lived in New York City for a time. And while he was there, he married Dorothy, who is the sister of Shelley McDonald's, who was his secretary before he died. He spent all of Dorothy's money and then left her. And after his business venture in New York failed, he moved back to Liberty. And Dorothy shot herself. Shelley decided to take revenge on Bill, and that's why she moved to Liberty City. However, she says that she realized that was a silly idea and never went through with it. So I'm inclined to believe her simply because she revealed so much information to us. And also, like, it seems like whatever happened with Bill's murder is something a lot more complex than that. But she also tried to hide a gun on the murder night. Yes, which is very interesting, and I'm not sure what to make of that. It's like, it's not impossible that she was involved with the murder somehow. Honestly, I'm inclined to think a lot of people might have been involved with the murder. But it's hard to say at this point. Okay, so that's everybody in the names list. Alibi. Mr. Robbins and Freddie were out, but I was home all night. When did they get in? I don't know. I must have been asleep. Red Tie Club. I remember hearing that years and years ago, Mr. Robbins was involved in some sort of club. I think that was the name. We do know that to be the case now. Liberty Bank case. That was before I came here. Assault. Can you believe there was speculation that Bill had committed the crime? Just preposterous. Mr. Robbins went to the police and made sure they didn't spread that crazy story all over town. I'm going to ask about this again. Same response. Arson. What? Letter. It's probably Freddie's. Yeah, it is. Bill's birthplace. I don't know anything else. You might want to talk to his sister. His sister Kate. I wonder if we've tried asking her about Bill's birthplace multiple times. Marriage. I had a husband and a child and a wonderful life, and I lost it all in one car wreck. But that was years ago. I've worked for the Robbins family since Helen Robbins died. Newspaper clipping. I never touch anything in Mr. Robbins' room. Something else. Well, there is something that's been bothering me. The night of the murder, I called Janet. She was sobbing and barely coherent, but she kept insisting everything was okay. It was just awful. So, like, that suggests that Janet knew something about what was going on. I guess it's possible she simply found out about things that Bill had done and was trying to reassure herself, but that happening on the night of the murder combined with the life insurance policy a month before, like, I feel like this suggests that she knew something about what was going on with Bill's murder. There are too many motives. Yeah, there's a lot. Okay. So that's everything. Let's do a search here real quick. Why not? I wonder if searching for clues multiple times is ever useful. Probably not. Okay, Barbara gets an X, and we're on to the last two. But before we do that, I want to go back to Kate, who is at Carson's house. We're going to ask her multiple times about Bill's birthplace. Suppose nobody told you that Bill was adopted. My father knew Bill's real parents through business. When they died, he took Bill in. Same answer. Okay. Still can't believe anyone would murder Bill, although I knew there were some people who didn't like him. Okay. Bummer. All right. So our last two people, Russell Thorpe and Shelley McDonald, I believe they're both arrested, so we can't go through the full questioning process with them. Russell Thorpe, 56-year-old male, born in Liberty, blood type B, no family, owner of a theater, the Gaslight Theater specifically, is a member of the Chamber of Commerce. His hobby is cigars. His alibi is that he met Edward and they had a few drinks at his house. We're pretty positive he left the house, but he has not admitted that to us. He says he has so many skills. He told us that Bill was fooling around a lot. He described Joe as one strange guy. He said Dr. Beckert was, quote, a friend of mine. He was in the Red Tie Club, of course. Took a walk near the graveyard the night of the murder. Okay. I think that's something that he confessed to us after we arrested him. So let's go talk to him. Deposition. Are you saying the Red Tie Club had something to do with some kind of crime? That's a crock. The night Bill was killed, I took a walk near the graveyard. That's all I did. Let's see. We have, at a late hour, a sound coming from the graveyard. I'm just trying to see if I've written down anything about Thorpe already. I know I wrote Thorpe on here somewhere. Oh, Sarah saw Thorpe near the college coming from the church. Okay. Thorpe, quote, took a walk near the graveyard. You're not saying that I killed Bill? Don't make me laugh. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Again, I'm just going to go through all of these. Where did you get that? He says about the bone. So, like, it seems like he recognizes this bone. Like, he's clearly concerned in some way. Newspaper clipping. Scalpel. Nothing. List of members. Henry Klein is already dead, he says. Don't appreciate being accused of murder. I didn't do it with anything because I didn't kill him. What more can I say? I didn't do it. But we can't get any more out of him. I feel like there's got to be a way to get more out of him. There's got to be a way to get some information about what he knows about this bone. Like maybe he knows someone who was shot in the leg or something. Like he was probably involved in the whole like situation of swapping Robert McNally for Henry Klein. But that's all we can get out of him right now. So next we have Shelley McDonald. 28-year-old woman, single, born in upstate New York, blood type O. Worked for the Robbins Trading Company as Bill's secretary. She was in the Amateur Writing Society, is in the Amateur Writing Society. Her hobbies include writing for fun. Alibi is that the day of work, she went shopping. Spent the day at work, went shopping, went to the Big Burger at 6, and then went home. The Big Burger was under renovations that day. Alan went home at 3 because of that. She said, quote, I don't know. Nobody came here and I didn't go out. God, it sucks that she's arrested because I feel like we might be missing something from her. Bill died from heart disease from too many burgers, of course. This burger has blown the case wide open. So her parents and sister died at some point in the past. Skills include typing, shorthand, organizational skills. She moved here 2 years ago. She said, quote, I don't want to marry anybody. If you knew about my sister's marriage, you'd understand. Reasonable. She has a silver car. 1 week before the murder, a new guy came to the office to talk to Bill and seemed distracted afterward. Oh, Bill seemed distracted afterward. So that was Glenn Axworthy, who came asking about Henry Klein. Doug came by to see Bill a few times. Doug Carson. We still haven't quite made sense of that, but it seems like Doug has to have been involved in some of this somehow. said Brian had a bad reputation with the Amateur Writing Society, and that he was involved in shady deals in New York. She also said that Glenn Axworthy called the office to talk to Bill. So I'm going to add a note here. Thank you for fleshing your coins on Secret Crush. Alan said Big Burger was under renovations. Left at 3. What shady deals can amateur writers do? Well, I mean, he more recently took some money to steal a car for somebody, Bill specifically. But we haven't found anything about what specifically he did in New York. Oops. Okay. Let's bring Shelley in. Bill Robbins met my sister in New York and married her for her money. He spent it all, every penny, and when my sister couldn't support him anymore, he walked out on her. Oh, fuck, it's 3. Damn it. I lost track of time. As I said, when my sister's money ran out, Bill dumped her. Well, Bill was her whole life. When she realized he wasn't coming back, she shot herself in the head with that gun. I came to this town to avenge my sister's death, but I gave up that silly idea. I said I didn't do it. Bill practically killed my sister. I was just waiting for the right moment to pay him back. When it came down to it, though, I couldn't kill him. I just couldn't. Didn't kill him. It's not true. I didn't do it. That's my gun. That she has to have more to tell us somehow. But how do we get that? Nothing. And it's too dang late, so that's it. Actually, real quick, I want to go talk to Alan. Big Burger. Alibi. They were renovating this place the day that dude got killed, so I got off around 3. Like, it's not said straight up, but to me it sounds like the place was closed by 3. So I think Shelley is lying about having been here at 6, or, you know, maybe she came here to meet someone and not necessarily just, you know, having food or whatever. Press Shelley about her alibi before arresting her. Yeah. I'm going to make some notes here for next time. I feel like it wasn't a waste of time, even though we didn't make any progress. So I think we need to talk to Shelley more before arresting her. And search all locations again, just to be sure. I'm just going to add a note. Lying about Big Burger. Dicevor says, I tried searching to see if this game has soft locks, but I couldn't find an answer. Maybe someone with better search skills could. Yeah, I haven't spent a lot of time looking into it because, I don't want to accidentally dig up any spoilers. But I don't know that we know a definitive answer to that. At one point, we learned about a possible soft lock in a different version of the game, but that seemed more like a bug. And there were clear signs that it was buggy. So yeah, because there are so many different versions of this game, and later versions are drastically different, it's hard to find info about this one specifically. It's definitely a less common version of the game. So, congratulations to the 5 people that voted no progress. You win. I hope you're happy. Enjoy your points. Are you sure? Nope, no progress is the correct outcome. Yes, I am sure. Complete.
Oofda.
Oofda indeed. Congratulations, Ms. Roy Diasvora. Oh. Thank you on Secret Crush. At least we got this lovely timeline filled out here. And we found this conflicting information about Shelley's story. There are a lot of unknowns about Shelley and Dave. Very curious about all that. The taste of victory is so bitter. All right. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you all very much. Y'all are wonderful. We're obviously going to go say hello to Sonneveld, who is playing allegedly Darkseid. Pop in real quick and see what he's up to right now. Okay, so he's still doing his warm-up game, which is Quadrax. So y'all haven't even missed any Darkseid. I should have wrapped up more before I did that, but it's fine. Thank you for hanging out. Schedule. I'll be playing more Perfect Tides on Friday, which is fucking great. I love that game. I'm so excited to play more. Next week, we will continue this game, and I will make progress. I'm saying this right now. I will make progress next week. I don't know how, but we'll do it. Y'all have a great rest of your week. I will see you around, and please take care of yourselves.